Hey Algano, nice to see you. Hope you're having a nice evening. Double hola! Both of you cuties in here right away. Hey guys. I have to admit, I'm losing track of what stuff I have
Some
and what
Latinos
I
up here.
don't. I'm not sure if you sent me these garage doors already. I know you made some of them. What the fuck is what?
But I
This?
cannot see. I'm legally blind.
What this is, you're asking? Or what is what? It is, and I very much like the idea, it is a statue to bring our workers prosperity and to be informed by their great overlord, El Presidente. So is people enjoying their work break and admiring my beautiful hand. In fact, we stepped up our game a bit. This entire, I don't know, I guess mine. But yeah, our glorious metals, Baloo was in here the last time and said we have to make sure that the filthy peasants don't steal our glorious metal, and I agree with him. So now we turned up the police state up a little in this area, and we have small police patrols all in the middle, so people can't steal the metal. We need to build our glorious kingdom. Like we even have this on top here. It indeed is a very dangerous place to live, not gonna lie. And welcome in, mate. Some police are distributing candies. I mean, I think this is your van, Gaga, how I know you. And something is happening here, so I'm not sure what it is, but police is already on the case. And welcome in, Suli. Nice to see you here. You're on the way back from your trip, I guess. I have to admit, I seen you were in holidays, but I'm not surely aware or entirely aware where you have been. Oh, and also, while Suli is in the chat here, look, this tag finally made it in. I finally managed to publish that pack yesterday. It's been a long time. That pack has been waiting to get published, but finally you get more tags like you said you need. And yeah, I spent some time off stream finishing up this entire area here. Which I keep seeing things and realizing stuff that we still need to touch on. But in general, I think we're getting to a point that I'm actually very happy with. Again, these industrial signs by Elgendo are both an absolute blessing and also an absolute curse. Because they fit everywhere, they look beautiful. It takes so much time to flop down all of these. In fact, I started a bit on this side as well and started working on this weird splice building that we combine quite multiple things into to detail that up a bit. And again, the signs look absolutely glorious on something like this. I mean, nice family is always beautiful. Well, you said so a long time ago, and again, I've been kinda lazy regarding two decals, and in all seriousness, I'm also not as excited for the pack I put out than for this one that I have not touched on in a long time, so sizes and colors of this are horrible. But this pack is gonna be something that I personally am really excited for, because it's just very big, generic, geometric walls. So I have use for this all the time and everywhere, so I'm finally gonna put in this And I hope your holidays with your family have been nice. I mean, Bulgaria surely is a nice and I guess a very cheap place, especially for somebody from the UK like you. And yeah, I should start because Gaga correctly complained about there not being enough electricity. And obviously, we need to bring through some low power or low voltage lines. And then I have to, while Gaga is here, show him the different choices that we have for high voltage. I think I already decided on my personal favorite, so maybe I will, like the dictator I am, just ignore Gaga's input and what I find best. But let's see, maybe Gaga also is corrupted enough to just agree with me, which would be optimal. But yeah, I should bring the electricity through a lot more. And then mostly today, I think we're gonna dive into this area and we're also gonna have a little look at this area. Because both Algendo sent me some new assets as well as Jay sent me some new assets for something here I ask about, and I want to try around with this area a bit, because generally, I think I'm pretty goddamn happy with the rough layout of this at least. Definitely this will need some optimizations here, but generally I'm pretty happy with where we're getting at. And the electricity, Gaga. We could, and I already even brought it through the city here. I even brought it further, but I didn't like it so much. We could bring the electricity through this canyon. The truth is, I think the visuals here are so beautiful. Also, why the heck is there a gigantic... Oh my god, please, train! Okay, we just killed some innocent person driving that train because we were not good at detailing. I'm sorry, sir. Imagine those rocks would actually have collisions, that would be hilarious. But yeah, I think the power line here, where we could bring it in. You also scream hilarious. I mean, it was shocking. I thought maybe I can still delete it in time, and I think I could have. But if I misclick there, I have all selection. I delete a rail or the net lane or something. So I was too scared to just click without changing the filter. But yeah, here I tried the power line and I found it a bit too full. If you want, Gaga, I can show it to you again. Because as you can see, I brought it up here already and it does fit here very well. The problem is I don't think I want to bring the power line all the way through the mine. Because I do think it gets a bit too full. It's already crowded and full. My favorite solution is what I already done here. And I'm not sure if you agree with it or if you disagree with it. But I think it's the nicest. If we actually here, I need to go back and put high voltage in anyways. But bring it from the highway. Yes, we have a power station here. It's one of the reasons why I would like to bring it in from this side. Because there is something that I at least have no solution for, and I asked in my Discord, and nobody in my Discord even responded to it, which usually means people don't know a solution. I do think this one is beautiful. It's a static ploppable, but since it's a static ploppable, both we have no wires here, which we can live without. We could just put our own wires, but my problem is I cannot snap to it, right? If I take a high voltage line, since it's a static ploppable, it's not functioning and I can't snap to it. Otherwise, I think I'd find this prettier because it's even more compact and fits our vibe a bit better. But I cannot snap to it, and if I lower it, then, well, obviously it's underground, so sadly we will probably have to use that power station and don't really have a different solution for it, unless somebody tells me how I can manage to... I don't even care if it's functional, to be honest. Also another UFO flyby, very nice. But I don't even care if the power station is functional or not. I just care to be able to snap to it. And I am not able to. Yeah, we could use the net lanes, but holy shit is that finicky, because I used the net lanes a few times in the past, for example, for this net lane. And you can only adjust them in manipulation mode, or for this zip line here, I mean. You can only adjust them in manipulation mode, and it's really finicky. So preferably I just use the one that's already functional. I don't know, I don't even mind this model much. With the space being a bit laid back here, which I don't hate, because it gives us the possibility to build more random small things here later. If we build it all the way back here, I do think it's pretty fitting, and I also do like the added visuals from the power line back here. I tried also to bring it in here. Why is this keep getting... What is going on with the water tower, LOD? I never had this happen before. But it keeps disappearing if I zoom in and out beyond this zoom. That is very curious. But yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I could do that, but then the wiring will not perfectly line up. I guess you want me to just do this. These actually do line up fine at first, but then behind it you can already see how weird it starts looking. And also we can't get rid of any of this because it's not sub-elements. So honestly, I think we're just gonna go with this. It's not a bad fit anyways. Like, I love how small and rural all of the buildings are. But obviously I absolutely hate is this shit. This one is fine, but the big vanilla signage, I never liked it. But yeah, I think we're gonna stick with that, and I wanna have a quick look at the new things we have for here, and then we're gonna go and try working further on our quarry. And does Tuli coming back from his holidays mean that we'll get a last LAX episode soon? It should, shouldn't it? So first things first, I want to look at these, because these, if we use rail, which I am still very unconvinced, if we actually use rail here, but then obviously that's something we would have to get down pretty early to fix it up in the rest of our layout. We don't really have space to bring rail all the way out, but we could use it for small lorries to transport in between those places here. Again, we just want to have a look at the net lane, so for now I'm gonna draw it out really bad. It does look a bit weird, it's what I was scared of. It's a beautiful net lane. I don't think Elgano can do this much better than this is. I just always struggle with things that should be three-dimensional but aren't. I mean, the map, especially from this side, the map does a really good job at making this three-dimensional. From this side is a bit of a different story. I'm gonna have to think about that. The net lane is beautiful, but again, I also have very little space in this area. So I'm not entirely sure. Where I think we might use this for is to go over this, because I definitely want to keep this bridge here, which we can already do some adjustment to this, because I want a pillar more in the middle, and then we're just gonna double up another element to the side. Okay, hold on. I have obviously not done that yet, so I'm gonna do that in a second. I just wanna get this one in place really quick. And this way around should be the correct way. Hold on, we're right back at your net lane then. Obviously my bad for having some critique to it before I properly even look at everything. I should have done that after each other, but whatever. It's minus, okay, hold on, we want minus 20, and has anybody figured that? I still have not figured how I can insert negative values into these fields. I know we should be able to in theory, but then whenever I try to do so, it's unsuccessful, so not entirely sure what I'm doing wrong. And obviously I should have added the rotation before moving it over. Good enough for now. Obviously we're gonna have to hide this with terrain later. I just want this pillar to be more central, probably even more central, and move the entire bridge a bit further down so it's more clearly visible. But let's have a look real quick again from what we jumped away. This is a prop version. Hold on. This is the bottom version, and then you want the prop version over this. I'm confused because this one is the prop version, the one I laid out first. And you want me to line those up perfectly from what I'm getting. How will I even line those up perfectly? This is pretty optimal. I don't get the difference. Oh, the prop version is just one with different draw layers, I believe. So this is the one that draws on props. Oh, it's why it's drawn on the... I'm silly, never mind. Yeah, just the different draw layers. I was confused why it draws over the rock, but yeah, clearly if you want to draw on props, you're drawing on the rock, so that makes perfect sense. I just want to have a quick look at this. Obviously, this sadly means a lot of manipulation mode for us, but nothing we can do around that. So let's hope manipulation mode behaves today. We want these two, and we want to move them to the same heath, and then... Why is this not fine yet? That confuses me, that should already be fine. Oh, I guess we're actually too high. Never mind. That doesn't confuse me. Yeah, this will be perfectly fine. Honestly, gonna need a lot of decal work around it as well. And flatten the terrain here a bit to get that smoother. But this is perfectly fine. Also, funny side fact, this thing here, I was wondering why in Jay's mesh I have this weird blue pole. I asked Jay about it, and Jay said it's a ruler he forgot. He uses this to measure the sizes of things, and he just forgot to delete a mesh on it, which is hilarious. This entire, Sully, look at all of these. You probably know not a single one of these. You see there is a lot of very cute custom objects I have in here, right? I don't know how this happened. I actually was in holidays while this happened. I said on stream that I want to build an abandoned mine. And both Metzger as well as Jay seem to have absolutely loved the idea of me wanting to build an abandoned mine. So after a single day, I had half of these. And they all went in crazy. These are all half J or half Metzger. I built not a single one out of these. But Metzger and J, and also Elgendo, but from Deagle and Netlane side, were all going crazy on making nice assets for an abandoned mine, which again, we have not started working on this yet. But that's where all of these are from, and that bridge here including, this is one that Jay built. I believe it's pretty much just... Yeah, they all look super good. The actual crazy part about these is that not this one, but most of these they made within a single day of me. And I did not ask for this, right? I want to stress that, because I feel very honored that I've gotten all of this. But I didn't even ask for it. I literally just said I want to build an abandoned mine, and the next day I woke up and my Discord was full of screenshots of different kind of assets for that build, which honestly is super cool. Because I think this entire area will look super nice, right? We have this mine that I actually do consider finished by now. This is a part that I consider finished and I like. And then the next part we're gonna build, which I'm already quite happy with the start of this, is the quarry. Where I love how different it's gotten from the mine visually, even though it's fairly similar. It still very much has its own and clear identity for it. So very happy, and then once we're finished with the quarry here, we're gonna go back, and this I want to be some still kinda active but sleepy old mining town. And then this I want pretty much to be a dying mine town, because I don't want the mine used already again. Yeah, this mine is, I don't know, probably one of the few builds I've gone the very hardest on. And I'm very rarely happy with something I built, and I'm not happy with this either, but it's okay-ish. And if I consider my own build okay-ish, that already is a success for me, honestly. And welcome in, Kyodra, nice to see you here. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name or how you want me to pronounce your name, but gladly correct me if something is wrong. And yeah, this thing here is actually one thing where I want to look at a few assets again, because after Jay built this bridge, I find this bridge incredibly beautiful, but I don't really have a proper spot for it, right? We can use it where it is right now, but honestly, I don't really have a proper space for it, but I wanted to use it somehow, so I decided I want some kind of elevator for all the loads we have, and to be able to split the village. And hold on, I just want to move the bridge real quick. Why is it so finicky? Okay, again, I'm gonna have to do some terrain work here later to fit this in nicer. But the bridge I can only really use here, right? Because I don't have any reasonable way to go over my entire canyon, which I would like to do, but then we have no terrain here. So I decided I want some freight or cargo elevator here to use this, and also to have the justification to have half of my mine industry on top of the hill and then the actual mine here in the bottom. And after I showed this to Jay made a few new assets for us, and now we have to go search and find them. Maybe they're right next to it here. This. And it's fairly modular, which is kind of important for us to be able to get the heath in somewhat modular. But with these two elements to build an elevator shaft around it. And we're gonna have a slow loop. This is the part that we are able to build our own bridge top with later, which obviously we use line tool and then move it correctly. But it's a lot smaller because the bridge itself is a tad too big for what I wanted. But with these elements here of J, we will be able to just assemble pretty much exactly the size we need for what we want. There should even be something else. Hold on. Maybe he didn't send me. Oh yeah, this is the most important part of all of this, because this is gonna be the element at the very end of the assembled bridge later that we can use for lifting up our cargo. And I love this. I think it's such a cool vibe to get this into our mine here. So big shout out to Jay as for pretty much every single of my builds on being so cute and making assets for me if I need anything. But yeah, amazing. Like really, if we assemble all of these properly and not just throw them down like I did now, then this is gonna be absolutely stunning. And I especially like this one because I'm a bit scared that it's gonna be getting too heavy after or otherwise if we take the bigger one. But I think this one should be, what is the he's 4 meters maybe? This one should be light enough to not have that issue. Holy shit, I'm an absolute master. Well, not 4 meters, like 380 or something, but if that 4 meters was not a good guess, I don't know what is. But basically, we want to line them up somewhat like this and then bring them around the elevator and then replace the bridge with what we have here. I don't think we're gonna do that now, because again, I'd like to finish this side before we dive into the other side as heavily, but eventually we will dive in all of that. And I also need to give a big shout out to Elgando, because when I wanted to make a logo for both our quarry company as well as our mine company, I could only come up with names I was not perfectly happy with. And I complained to Elgando, and Elgando threw some good ideas at me, and eventually, after a few minutes, I had rock solid mining and big Dig Quarry, and I very much like both of these. And welcome in, Shocks. Hope you're having a nice evening. But yeah, since here we're at the I mean, eventually, I have so many logos I've been making in these last months that are in none of my packs. So I guess eventually I should take all of these logos and just throw them into the Los Vagos sign pack and release them. Because, yeah, I know some of these at least should be useful for other people as well. At least if they have a silly humor like I do. And since on this side we're pretty early in the detailing process, there is gonna be a lot of ground vegetation. As always in my builds, I do think it's something that is tedious and annoying to place, but visually makes pretty much the biggest difference out of anything you can do. So we are gonna go in and start putting down pubes and some ground vegetation, and then slowly work our way through this area and put down props. Again, I started yesterday off stream. This is kind of the vibe we're aiming for, really. It does not have to be super much, just a small layer of props and vegetation to get the area to be active and alive. And then we're gonna go around with all of these nice signs from Elgando again. Hold on, this is not top quality work. What is this alignment here? Before we put down the vegetation, we better make sure this garage is properly aligned as well. Okay, now this is acceptable. Before this was horrible. And really, this entire build, I can only shout this out over and over, deserves an entire big homage to StarQ. Because this build literally would have not been possible without both his industrial as well as his resource blocks. Because this entire area is super active and we actually get a lot of regular traffic and businesses in here, which again is pretty easy to find if we go into this menu, because this shows all of the things we place with StarQ blocks in here. There even is some vanilla buildings in here, so there is a bit more industry in here than is visual or visible by now. These yellow buildings, for example, are all vanilla buildings, but all of these other random buildings we were able to give function to thanks to StarQ. And it is amazing. It really is a joy seeing how much traffic we actually have running through this area, especially down here. In this area we have to see, I think here we still have a bit too little traffic. One thing I'd like to get is getting more traffic to actually drive up this Dig Quarry road. Obviously we have to put some more industry up here for that as well, but we'll get to that later on. I wish I could ask Sully NDA question, because there is one NDA question I'm really curious about. Is it possible? Did they ever add plants in DLCs of this game in CS1? Or were it always only buildings in the DLCs? Because honestly, I don't necessarily need more buildings at the moment. What we really want is more props and plants. I am welcoming Cosmic.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm!
Nice to see you guys, and welcome in Cosmic and Gang. This is what I was in Cosmic's stream yesterday, and Cosmic's city is like 100 times bigger than ours. Our city is probably like 100 times more detailed than yours, Cosmic, but yeah, this is what we've been building on these last few streams. Slowly progressing into this area over here, which we are goddamn slow in this channel, so it's gonna take us a long time to actually get this to be pretty and nice. And how was your stream today? Yeah, mate, no worries. Have a safe and good flight, Sully, and hope to see new videos when you're back from your holidays soon. And thanks for tuning in, as always. Yeah, mate, no worries, of course, after streaming. Time for a nice nap. But yeah, have a nice evening then, and enjoy your nap. And welcome in Lavonius as well. Honestly, I hate we have to do this by hand in every single building, but the difference this makes is just so enormous. We can't get around doing this ground vegetation everywhere we go, sadly. And I think maybe you missed a moment on saying goodbye or hi to Sully, because I think he literally just boarding his plane. which again hopefully means more nice Sully content soon when he's back from his holidays. All of these are functional, and they are all functional in a kinda cheaty, moddy way, but they are all functional because we have these wonderful and amazing blocks from StarQ, which these are just normal blocks. If you want a residential building, you find any street, you find any size you want, right? And then you just find a building where you can hide it in. For example, if you'd want people to live in there, which obviously we don't, but you could just take this and make it functional through that. And we're using that. This mod, I think we're probably the main reason this mod exists, because I asked Dark if he can build this for us, which is like the normal blocks, but it is bound to actual resources, right? Because I obviously want this side here to be a coal mine. At the other side, I want to be a typical quarry. So with these blocks here, it allows us to actually target which resources we want to produce. And then we can plop these everywhere in any single building. So you can make any building functional, which 10 out of 10 really cool mod, especially in combination with the static ploppables from StarQ. It is amazing, right? Because you can take any, not that we want to take this building, but if you would really want to build with this building, which is usually an electric power substation, I believe, but you want to use it for something else, you can just use a static ploppable and then combine it with any of these blocks and make it functional. It's 10 out of 10. StarQ keeps also improving on the mod slowly, so it's only gonna get better and better in future, really. And for me, it's the only reason why I finally started building the mine, because I hate the way the vanilla industries work. I just find them really ugly. And I hate that they force the default surface on you, as well as have those annoying vehicles driving around, and you get those random or buildings spawning in the middle of your areas. So using the blocks instead, you get all of the function from the specialized industry without any of the downsides. So highly recommend those. Like amazing mod. It still makes perfect sense to use normal and vanilla buildings if you're able to use those. But in many places it does make sense to use the StarQ ones to give you a bit more freedom. And also thank you so much to the both of you, Super Cunt Boy and Kyodra. Kyodra actually is a big honor to me, because I think you've been posting screenshots pretty much since I started playing this game in Sully's Discord, and I always really enjoyed your build, so having you in here is a big honor. I mean, even the vanilla industry, some of them are nice if they are useful or anything, but then these blocks allow you to do some really nice things, right? I have another non-industrial example here. I love this diner. This diner has always been pretty much my favorite asset in this game. I think it's perfect, really. It's a bit too shiny, but it's so cute. I can forgive it how shiny it is, because it's so goddamn beautiful. The issue with the actual vanilla signature of that is... where does one even find that? Here, I guess. Is here that it needs to be super close to the road, right? This is the distance I can have from the road without it complaining and not being properly functional anymore. That is fine for some locations. I don't mind that at times. Here though, I really care about being away from the street, so I can build out a nice seating area around it. I want some nice parking in front of it. None of this would be possible with a vanilla building, but no problem for us. We just use a static ploppable version from StarQ, and then we use a static block that we have here to put it inside there to give the building proper functionality. So again, highly recommend, really nice to gain some more flexibility in your builds. It's funny because StarQ with his amazing mods even solved problems I didn't know I had. I was trying to get a proper working cargo stop or integrated cargo railway stop out a few days ago, and people in chat, Elgando was trying to figure it with me, and none of us could figure a proper solution. So I messaged StarQ after the stream, and he instantly was like, I already have a mod for that, just download it and it's fixed. I mean, most of my older viewers know, but I can only repeat this. I would have rage quit this game shortly after having started it, if not for StarQ, because I used or lost my only city I played on for the first like 3.5 months or something. And then that city died, and StarQ actually recovered the save for me, otherwise I probably would have rage quit and never played this game again. And enjoy your lurk, Elgando. Okay, I think the boring ground vegetation part is pretty much mostly done already, because I went ahead yesterday and throw down some base layer of ground vegetation already, because I know it's not that exciting. So our main work for today is probably boring prop work to bring some more life and action, especially in these like boring back areas of the buildings, and make this seem a bit more alive and used. So you can be very sure that I'm gonna, like every single of my last streams, complain about the lack of asset variety for industrial detailing. Because it feels like we only always use the same few ones, and I'm tired of them, but what can we do? Did you try around with some of the custom right everywhere meshes already, Kyodra? Because it seems like more and more people are starting to load custom meshes with right everywhere into their game, even beside the plains of Nyoko. And I'm starting to get more and more curious about it as well. Honestly, I really want a golf cart for old and immobile people, because it's the US and you see them everywhere, and I want a seated lawnmower, and I want quads and all of those kind of vehicles. I mean, that's fair. I do think if I'd have to decide between mods, the most relevant for me would also be Anarchy and Plop the Globals. But I mean, Sure, you can also plot the girls, whatever is to your liking. Some people prefer plopping girls, some people prefer plopping boys. I'm not gonna judge, whatever makes you guys happy. But yeah, for me, I could not play without many mods. I do think my enjoyment of the game is a lot higher when I play heavily modded than when I play lightly modded. But then also everybody should play how they enjoy the game the most, and if that means no mods or barely mods for you, then that's perfectly fine too. So maybe we're going slightly overboard. No, we're not going overboard yet. And I mean, I have to always say this when I say I play heavily modded. I very much don't like simulation adjusting mods, so I don't really use any mod that messes with my simulation, but then I use so many like visually enhancing mods that I do very much mod my game heavily. I mean, the whole truth is vanilla, none of this would be possible, and in vanilla I think I could also have a lot of fun playing this game, but then I would never use specialized industry in vanilla, or I guess, yes, I would to get the resources I need, but then never touch it again and hide it as far away as possible, because the vanilla industry is just not beautiful. And I mean, yeah, you have a point. Like, if you want really big cities, then obviously modding looks a lot different. Though I also do, I said this a few times in my last stream, so I really do enjoy it. I'm sure some of you know Jonah, for example, or some of you probably know Dar. Both Dar as well as Jonah play on incredibly gigantic cities, like literally gigantic, and they play on the 47-kilometer map mod, I guess, so they need gigantic cities, and I can really enjoy that kind of gameplay as well. But for me personally, what I enjoy most is really diving into the details and being up close. But again, no wrong or right way to play the game. And if you say big city, I assume you mainly mean population more than the size of the city, right? Because our population is goddamn low, but our city is actually somewhat sizable by now. Like all the way, everything we have in our screen right now is our cute city. Which we have super little population, and most of the population you see in the bottom of my stream or game is this city and this city, which both look horrible and can be ignored. But yeah, we probably have like 6, 7, 8,000 pop in this part of our map. And in the other side of this build, we've been a bit silly and we went really hard on going around the entire map area, and then we had to detail afterwards super many other things that we left open. So this time I'm gonna be a bit more clever and start going more into heavy detailing in some smaller areas right from the get-go to be able to like switch up the gameplay a little more. Yeah, I mean, 500,000 already sounds crazy huge to me. Which, again, in real life context, it isn't. But for cities, I don't think my population would be running smooth anymore on this computer with 500,000. I think my game runs smooth up to like 300,000, and then I severely start losing out on simulation speed. Which in general I prefer building smaller cities, but one of the reasons I don't like building gigantic cities is I just feel like I punish myself, because the bigger my city gets, the worse the game runs for myself. Actually, this building is really cute with having those nice emergency signs on top of the door. It's a really nice detail, honestly. We are gonna maybe replace this door. Honestly, maybe not, because we are too flat with what we have, and I don't mind that door so much. That's very industrial. I don't even mind these shutters, because they all have the nice windows, which I quite like. These look even nicer, so these will definitely keep. These one we can have a look on how it looks with the windows, with some of the Elgando shutters, and not optimal, to be honest. No, I think for once we're actually leaving the shutters how they are. We're gonna go over there with a lot of graffiti later anyway, so not like it won't get changed. What I do think we should add a little though is some windows to this. Not many and not in most areas, but maybe here in the back, just a few to light it up, and here as well. Because honestly, the more I play with this pack from Elgando, which it's not released yet, I hope he will release it sometime soon to you guys. It's so powerful, because these small windows you can put on allow you to reuse size of buildings so much better. Like this entire side of the building had no door or windows. This is all just placed by us. And I do think it actually looks very real and believable compared to the normal models. I'm not planning for any population. Like, population to me is the most irrelevant part of the game at all, right? Because I don't know, population in this game is not very realistic. Some small buildings have 100 inhabitants and some very big buildings have 5. So I only aim for a specific look, right? Like, I want to get the city to look a certain way and have a certain feel and size to it, right? Like, honestly, this city is not far from being finished. In fact, I'm very happy with this city. And I don't know the population of this city. I can tell you how many people live in this area. Again, probably like 7,000-8,000, but I don't know. I don't think population to me ever mattered. The only thing population matters for in this game is for making money, which again, I hate the main game mechanics, because I think making money in this game is very easy, because you just need more population, which means you plop down a few skyscrapers and suddenly you won at the game, because now you have a lot of money. But I'm not planning to win anything, I just plan to build a cute city, really. And again, like, my computer is not great, so if I aim for a very high population, I will literally shoot myself in the leg and have to abandon my city, because I'm lagging too much when I reach that population. My gameplay is a lot more what you're seeing right here, like focusing on super small details and the look of everything and getting the vibe of my city to be what I want it to be. A lot more than actual gameplay. I made. Nice to see you here. Yeah, we finally decided that this area, I mean, is not 100% finished, but I decided that I'm done with the mine area now, at least done to an amount where I am fairly happy with it. So we changed sides and we're now diving into the quarry side of the build. And starting to very slowly get some detail into this, and at the very last part probably we're gonna be left with is figuring how to build up the nature kind of cliffside here, because I want to give it a different look than how we made the rocks here on the mine side. So that's gonna be the last, and I have no clue what we're gonna do, but we'll try around and hopefully find something we like. And how are you doing today, cutie? Are you also building industry, or why are you saying to steal inspiration? Because obviously everybody should steal inspiration. All of my builds are stolen inspiration. Ah, why did he adjust the angle? Don't please. I have this everywhere here in the middle. Nice. Maybe even... Where is it? Here. Maybe even put a very big one over them. Because the building is so big that I do think the outside of it gets quite bland easily, so the more of these small random details we add, I think the better this will become. Yeah, I don't like how it looks anyways either. But I don't know, I think you can even if you build a really, really big city, I think you can still maybe not detail everything, but at least dive into a specific area and build out some like eye-catching pieces. I mean, I think who actually is really good inspiration for you, Tati, you know Obelix. Obelix, who posts a lot on Hall of Fames and also every once in a while in my Discord, he builds a lot around medieval things as well, because he builds a very old European city. So maybe he is somebody who you should check out. I'm sure if you join my Discord, for example, and ask him to send you some inspiration, he'd be very happy to show off his build, because he usually is very happy to show off his build. Yes, he's also a CS2 builder, like not even a content creator or anything, but does nice builds on CS2, and there is a mod called Hall of Fame for detailing nerds like me who like posting pictures of their build, and he's very active on Hall of Fame. In general, I think especially for people who like detailing, Hall of Fame is an absolutely amazing mod that is way underappreciated. Honestly, getting there. With the back of this building, I'm pretty happy in prop work yet. We have no signage here yet, but this is really nice in prop work already. And then in the front, it's the opposite. We're missing the prop work, but we have all of the signage already. And the truth is, with some of the colors, Tati, I think you probably use Real Vision a lot as well, if you would like that. I think Real Vision has incredibly amazing decals, but I also think in many of them you're doing yourself a favor adjusting them locally really quick, because many, especially of the new decals, have the problem that they draw on buildings and everything, even though they're clearly terrain decals, which makes them really complicated to work with, and I just adjust the ones I like the most for myself locally. Which makes it a bit easier, and then I often also adjust the colors, like if I have something where I think the look of it would be really nice, but it's a tad too vibrant, or the color is a bit towards the wrong direction, then I just change the file to fit my needs more. Here actually, we want more with more propan this. Nice, and good enough with signage in the bottom, in the side here, this has some... Hold on, here we still want to add some. I'm getting a bit better at knowing which signs we have, so they're getting a bit less random in placement, but they are still kind of random in placement. But yeah, this sign I think is lovely as well. And again, nobody can read those later anyways, because we're gonna look at it too far away, but even if you look at it from here, for example, where clearly you can't read any of the sign anymore, just the existence of the sign in the right spot, I do think makes the visuals a lot more correct than they would be otherwise. So we're actually going to finish this area up right away. So we're going to put some more prop work here in the front, and then we're going to add graffiti and stains, and then actually a sims right away. So we slowly knock out entire areas. Stack some of them. I think we do stack, but we actually do it manually, so we have more freedom in movement. this. Very nice. Honestly, I don't think it needs much more than this here in the front. Maybe something like this so the trucks don't run into it, and maybe do the same here as a small cute detail. Here it does seem too empty with props still, but I don't know what kind of props we want there. Probably, honestly, because we're unloading here, just some random oops, card boxes. Yeah, mate, no worry. Always happy to see people posting screenshots in there. In general, I'd say my Discord is very much heavily detail creators, but is open to everybody, really. But you probably get the most helpful feedback on things if you're a heavily detailing person, because that's the majority of the people who are in there, really. And I'm curious, if you're aiming for 500k, is that the main goal for you in your city? Like just hitting the population? Or is there a specific look in your city you also want to reach? Better, still not optimal. I think we actually need another. Yeah, we will have to cut this in half. This is too open. I never like these areas if they're too open. We're gonna put another plant aisle here and maybe even a small plant aisle there. This really has been my biggest lesson in detailing this industry here. I can't even reason it too much, but if areas get too wide and open, I think they often seem a bit unbelonging and empty, and just adding small separators, mainly like this one, where you kind of split an area in half, does a big job at opening out the areas a little. Is not big dick mining, at least not till some angry kid with a spray can comes, is clearly big dick mining. How could you insinuate something like that? Clearly we're only innocent minds on this channel. And welcome in, Matsko. Actually, I'm gonna have to show you what new things are happening at the mine, because there is not much adjustment at the, well, the abandoned mine, I should say. But I know that's your favorite place, and there has been some things changing in the abandoned mine. Not really finalized yet, but I can show you what I have in mind at least. I want a sharp one. Please just give me something not flat in the top. Why are they all flat even though we're not making them stand? Okay, this one is acceptable if we lower it. There we go, that was a difficult burst. And how are you doing today, Masker? Are you still burned out by cities, or are we gonna have the honor of you playing soon again? Maybe this one? good enough. Honestly, I just want a small pocket there to separate this area a bit, and we have a bit more space here to work around with other props to make this a bit less bland and empty. The one thing we should do is reposition this truck a little to make more sense with the new gap we have here. Is that appropriate? That is pretty much appropriate. I told you, like, that the big population I have coming from is from this, but this is not a city. I'm playing the game very much different than how you play it, Super. This, for me, is not a city yet. I don't want to keep any of this. This is just an architecture library where I'm having a look at buildings that I want to use for a big city later, and this is the hand-picked catalog of buildings that I want to build with. But I don't even think the city is going to be here. I think the city is going to be somewhere back here. So, sure, I can show this to you, but this is not a city to me. And then I have more population from here, but same thing here. This is not yet a city to me. This is more a city, but it's really ugly, and I hate the road layout and everything. This is the next city we're gonna dive into though. And then the only actual other part that I like in our save is this, which is our custom airport, which is a fully custom built but fully functional airport we made. As you can see, airplane landing there. And then this has a small town around it as well. But this really is a small airport city. This probably has like 1,000 inhabitants. Not even probably in game, it's gonna be like 200, 300. But I don't know, again, I wouldn't, if you tell me to just go and bulldoze this entire city, we would probably lose 20,000 inhabitants, and I wouldn't really care, because population to me really is not a metric I care about. I mean, my favorite other person, at least in the current series I'm watching on Twitch, has a population of 70, I believe. And I have a good time over there watching those streams, so really I don't think population matters to me. Hold on, before we forget about this, I wanna always, we can just take a random cardboard pile. I hate when these are empty, they don't really have to be reasonable. I want something in there. Come on. Okay, then we move you manually if you don't want to behave. I mean, honestly, I probably will demolish this soon. You're kidding. But because I think I know very well which architecture I want. And I want to redo all of this area and the roads here eventually. So I think the first step we're going to do when we start working on this area is taking the bulldozer and bulldoze every single one of these. The main reason I have this city is that people kept telling me that it's difficult in this game to make money, because I made a lot less money than I do right now, which is still not optimal. And I kept telling people the only thing in this game that matters to make money is population, and if I pop a few skyscrapers, I will make money easily. And I popped a few skyscrapers and we made money, and then I went back to ignoring everything but detailing Los Vagos, really. What new idea, what new area? And I mean, if you're burned out from what you're building, never hurts to jump around and do something else for a bit. is too flat. I don't like what we did there. We're actually gonna take the bigger one, which I never use, and then lower it a little so it's not as tall. But it needs to properly be above the roof and everything. And I do think just this small island here helps this entire area a lot. So now I think we have it a lot easier just going in with a few props and random parking cars here. And I mean, you actually really must be burnt out, Metzger, because it's been like this a few weeks now, it feels like, you know? And before, you were pretty much going any moment you had time, and now you're very much full on annoyed by cities. Where are the metal stakes? There they are. We want this one. Well, I guess. Then maybe the next time you have a vacation, you should actually do a nice vacation, and then afterwards you can enjoy some fun cities with us again. Because when I'm in vacation, I usually entirely ignore my computer, not always, because sometimes even in vacation I have to work a bit. But then I try to at least entirely ignore cities. Hold on, I don't like this. This takes too much space here for what it is. So we're gonna take that one, move it over here as well with these others, and then we have some more space to put another tank like this. I mean, I think those are super cool, to be honest. I'm still not sold on the assets we have in cities for European cities. So I'm holding off of European cities for now. But if we ever get an asset editor, I will very surely build Southern German small, cute villages with rivers in the middle of a canyon. Where again, back to the topic of population, you probably have a population of, I don't know, 200, 300 in some of those villages, but they are beautiful and fun to build. And this is something we're gonna have to do a lot in this quarry site here, and it's building our sand piles, or fading our sand piles. Because it's a quarry and we have sand piles pretty much everywhere, and especially in the terrainy areas like here, the fading is a bit finicky and annoying, but I think the difference visually is so big that I think we should always go around and fade this a little. With these, the color is not 100% fitting, but nearly. I think with this one, we should probably combine these two to fade it even better. With a more orange piles, it's a bit of a better fit. But yeah, with these, I think if we match these two decals here, the fading is even smoother. Like here, I'm not gonna be super tidy here. But yeah, I think that is pretty flawless. I still don't understand what's going on with this water tower. This water tower never before did what it's doing now. But now every time it's changing LOD, it's literally going invisible for a moment. mean, for me, I think it's actually the opposite. I think we have so many. Yes, I would also like the kind of building you're talking about, which I also don't know how they're called in English, so I can't translate it. But very traditional old German buildings. And I would very much appreciate those as well. But I do think, looking at the German pack, the pack is quite too traditional already. Like, I would like to build something like Berlin or Hamburg, and both cities like that with the assets we have, not only from the German pack but from the entire game, is pretty much pointless in my opinion. Because you can just not properly imitate those cities yet. And I think especially Berlin is a very interesting city for cities, because it combines so many different styles and it's so wild and alive that I think it's gonna be pretty easy to work around it. I'm gonna skip the song real quick because we're stuck in some word interlude. I mean, in general, it's a bit sad because I like building American cities because I like building from places where I'm not from. It's more interesting to me in general. But then, even if I see other people's European builds, just because the assets are so few, it's pretty much impossible to make them super unique yet. Which, yes, you can. There is a few examples of builds that are European and I think are absolutely amazing. But it's really difficult. I think it's a lot easier for US builds, at least with what we have currently. I'm sure that's gonna change in the long run, but for now, sadly, I think that's the case. And yes, this area is very sandy now, but then also we're in the middle of a quarry. I think it makes sense that it's very sandy now. Yeah, I mean, I agree, it's very focused, but I think all of them are really. And I think it's also difficult because if you branch into like very different places, then you have too little assets for every single one of them. I don't know, city just takes so many different buildings that I don't know, it's just unsolvable unless the region packs get absolutely massive in size. And the French one I really like, but since you can't recolor the French pack, it's the only pack I pretty much don't use, because I don't really know how to use a pack properly for every single building is as white as a goddamn snow itself. Sadly, otherwise I think the French pack has beautiful assets if it would be, a bit more flexible in recoloring, but I don't know. I mean, Lübeck actually is curious because that's one of the few cities where I would be really tempted in building it, because I think Lübeck is a really nice city, especially for building it in cities. Yeah, I mean, I think, again, the French pack is really pretty. Like, I don't want to say anything wrong about the French pack, because I do like it, but it's just very unflexible in this game, sadly. The Chinese pack suffers a bit from the same as the French pack, because it has quite many buildings that aren't recolorable. But it has some buildings that are recolorable that I absolutely love, so the Chinese pack gets a bit of a pass from me. Well, really, with the French pack, I would love to use them, but I can't really. And I know some of these decals I'm placing here, they are barely even visible, but then together with the others, they do make a big difference, right? Like all we're doing right now is adding a very little light shimmer of overgrown moss and grass. Which, again, it doesn't change much, but it makes this a bit more alive and interesting. Yeah, I mean, in the Chinese pack, I can show you in a moment which ones are the ones I differ. Maybe this is even the... I always keep confusing those. Yeah, it's a Dragon Gate pack that I actually meant. The Dragon Gate pack is a bit difficult with recoloring as well. But then the Dragon Gate pack is these 3 buildings and they're all recolorable, and I adore these buildings. It's gonna be a bit annoying because obviously I don't really want these signs, especially in a city. I think it's fine, just turn it into Chinese restaurants, but then in an as small and rural place as this, we will have to use right everywhere to put something else and more appropriate over those signage. Okay, and the one thing I'm very unsure about, where I think I might start going a little overboard with the amount of piles we have in this area, but then the more I think about it, it is a quarry. Can we really go overboard with piles? Not really, because I do think I want to add even a few more. And then obviously for now we have a shitload out of those like half-complete loaders, where we're gonna spend a lot of time probably putting those together, because it's fine if they are like here on flat ground. But then when they are not on flat ground, it's gonna be pretty finicky getting the perfect alignment of these. This one should be easy though. But yeah, even this one would need... It depends a bit how perfectionist we wanna get with this in the end, but then if we want to do it properly, this definitely needs a little rotation to the side. Something like this. I guess both of them should be exactly the same, so something like this. That should already be better, and then obviously we want a color that's not as ugly as this one. And the big question is if we want those to look slightly different than the other ones. I do think so. Because it's not the same company. These ones are a bit more beige and tame, and these one I think we want them even more orangey. Something like this I think I'm happy with. Yeah, actually I'm gonna go through, even though we have to do this for the back of all of them already, this color is way better than what we have now. Here we already put one together. And it's ad break now, so I guess at least the poor people without ad break can't hear me. But I'd be curious for what is people's favorite packs. For me it's so obvious which one are correctly or the best ones for my build, but for more European builds especially, I'd be curious what people like the most. And you don't like the stacked sand piles. I actually do really like the stacked sand piles. Not when they're not blended, but once you blend them, I think they look beautiful. I'm gonna wait for the ad break and then ask Metzger about it again. Okay, at least Seribot is saying the ad break is over, so now I can say you don't like the pre-made sand piles, Metzger. Because I really like them. I think I'm gonna use at least some of them. I'm not sure how many, but I definitely like them and wanna use some of them. I think especially in my desert, the issue is a bit if I just terraform them, they will be very hard to see. Because one of the general problems I have in my desert build is that even an area which here from the right perspective, it's very easy to see that this is a lot of terrain, right? But then in some angles, this looks incredibly flat because the desert textures have a lot, I don't know how to call it, but a lot less proper depth in their texture. That just terraforming is not gonna give us a lot of depth in these. This one I don't like because it's color mixed, and at least the 3 color mix is silly. Like this one definitely would have to go. But generally, like this one, I think I'm perfectly fine with. Yes, I will add some more sand piles in there to blend these a bit smoother into each other. And again, they will need the same treatment as this one, for example, where you blend them in their environment a bit better. But outside of that, I really like the look of these. So I'm not sure I get it. I do think they look a bit off, but I don't think I can make this better through terraforming than with these. I think the truth is what I also need later is probably some recolored boulders in there and some plants around it to work it properly in. Something like, actually let's see if we can make Metzger happier here and actually one sand pile a bit more, like I think they should be in the end. Now this sand pile is our style guide sand pile that we're gonna work out and see if we can manage to sell Metzger on our sand piles or if he's still unhappy. Okay, something like this, and then obviously, and this is gonna be difficult, but we'll try our best. We have to find a roughly similar color. Not that bad. Give this a bit more different in texture. Something like this, and now we take this rock and we recolor all of the others similar. Like this. And now we will take a few, not too much, because I don't want this to be fully overgrown. But a little plants. Go very slightly around it. Something like this. Maybe even with this one a bit. Not optimal, but this is roughly how I'd imagine those. And then I do think they look actually pretty, yeah? Alright. Which is the right one? This one is a right one? These are also the earliest ones when I was just trying to figure the rough area. All of these ones here, I placed yesterday on stream, and I'm pretty happy with these, to be honest. Yes, they will need the same blending treatment, like what we just did there. This actually you dislike, or is it delayed? What do you? I guess these are a bit weird, probably, because they're behind, a bit too far behind the building. These I really like. I hope you don't mind these ones. These I also really like. This one we can debate about, because I agree this one is a bit... Okay, so you know what? We're gonna listen to you for once and eat that one out, because sadly I think you're right with that one, even though I'd like to bring something in the back here, but I guess it shouldn't be a sand pile. I mean, the others, I do think, depends a bit on how motivated we are. I do think what I just did here helps massively, right? Like this sand pile looks a lot better than all of the others, but that's also a lot of work for every single one of them. So let's see if I'm motivated enough to do that everywhere. The reason I like them so much is because, I mean, we're in a goddamn quarry, right? So I think this is the one way, because I always complain so much about prop variety in this game, and I think the prop variety in this game is horrible, especially in regard of industry. And I think this is one of the few things we can do to actually make this industry feel unique compared to other industries in the surrounding. So I need those. Like, I cannot live without these, because especially in small filler areas, like what I'm trying to do here, I can 100% not terraform these anywhere in the same extent. But yeah, you're right, the one back here had to go, and here we'll just do normal prop work instead, because then we also have more space doing some more sand piles here where they actually do make sense and belong. So I guess we should take this one right away and put it a bit more appropriate. And I fear that's another one that we'll also have to angle. And I don't like the new Real Vision decals. They are all so deep, I can never use picker in those areas anymore. I'm actually curious in your opinion specifically on the new Real Vision update Metzger, but I guess you've not really played much since that update came, so probably no opinion yet. Is that fitting with the terrain? So one too much in the back. Actually, it's not too much, we just have to lower slightly. That was correct. And here we're gonna go down to 0.1 and lower it very slightly. Now that looks very good. I mean, again, I do think the terraforming is fine as well if you build a very big and open space quarry, right? But the truth is, especially how we're working here, all of this is really just small piles in storage or access. The one area where maybe you're right and we should terraform instead of use the piles is back here. But I am very bad at terraforming in this game. And one of my issues with terraforming is I can't reload the game. Actually, we have also not saved at all yet in this stream, so good moment to talk about it. And
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm!
You're welcome in, Masam. How was your stream? And welcome in. Were you playing your crazy journey farming game again? Or actually some cities today? Oh, the water park simulator thingy, I seen that you said you were gonna play that, but I have not had time on that time or in that day to check out your stream, and I've not seen anybody else play that, so I can't say anything about that game. I like. Not sure if I'll have time tomorrow, but I'll try to tune in tomorrow then. And everybody else as well. A very nice city streamer is Maza Build, so if you have time tomorrow and you're looking for some good cities content, then you should check him out. Can't be more boring than what we're doing here, really. Can we even fit a very big? Nah, it's too big. Okay. This one, it is done. And maybe even the white one on these? Difficult, but yes, I think I prefer the white ones on the trucks. If you think it's too little contrast, we can just make the trucks a bit darker. I mean, I guess I actually really like streams. I don't know, I'm very weird. I have very different expectations of a stream than on a YouTube. On YouTube, I tend to be a lot more impatient. So on YouTube, I don't generally like if people show me how they build something. In YouTube, I really am just there for the perfectly produced cinematics, and then I skip the rest. And in Twitch, it's the exact opposite. In Twitch, I'm there for the suffering and for the journey and the struggling in figuring out the journey. So honestly, I watch both very different to each other. Hold on, wrong one. This is the one. But yeah, I'm sure I'll check it out. I mean, I think your YouTube videos also are pretty short and condensed, to be honest. But it's really curious because there are some creators who I prefer in Twitch and other creators who I prefer in YouTube. It really depends on the kind of content, I would say. But for example, City Planner Plays, who I think is incredibly entertaining on Twitch, and actually I like to watch him on
have a great
Twitch.
time.
I have never enjoyed his YouTube videos much. And bye bye Gaga, good night. And thank you for tuning in as always. Have a nice evening. I was gonna say we can place a bunny here for Gaga, but the bunnies are only in black, so we can't place a bunny for Gaga. We can place a pup instead. Yeah, I always wish good evening if it's evening here, which I guess is a bit incorrect, but I don't know. I tend to forget that people watch from everywhere in the world. Oh god, yeah, stop watching, like, don't ever even try to excuse yourself, of course, go eat right now. My stream is not important enough for you to die out of hunger. These logos, you mean? Actually, good idea, and I think you're right, and I should do that. Yeah, good point. I don't know, because I just made them in like 10 minutes with something to put on these buildings already. But as usual, Elgando totally correct on this. Yeah, I already figured, and I agree with you. Yes, I should do that. In fact, I will probably do that after this stream. Because yeah, especially here in the mine, you do have a perfect point. They will all be rougher than they are. Can we copy? Well, let's just copy the entire color code. And it's the wrong way around on this, so we swap these two, and that looks a lot better. I mean, what money have you ever gotten, Elgando? I can give you back all the money I've ever given, or you've ever given me. Is that a fair deal? Is that what you were looking for? I think we are actually gonna, because I want to make sure we get proper foot traffic through here, so we are gonna go in, and not only for foot traffic, but actually draw out roads in here. They don't tend to get that much usage, so I actually think it's nice if even vehicles can go in here. Again, they will generally not drive here much. Or is that a one-way one? That is a fumble. Hold on. Two-lane, and two-lane, and that one was a shitty replacement. This should be better. And then here we actually want a proper double-sided one to go 3. And generally, again, cars will not use this so much every once in a while, and then we're happy about it. But what we mainly care about here are the pedestrians, because they use this quite a bit. At least they are on this side. I'm not sure if that goes for the other side as well, but especially up here. And it depends a bit on the time of the day. I guess right now is the wrong moment to show it. But generally you do see a lot of pedestrians walking here through the middle of the block, and I like it. And Siri bot stealing your work, Elgando. There was just somebody who got an Insta ban for trying to spam. Again, I do think, sadly, even though this is tedious, one of the biggest difference makers to make a city feel better than it could otherwise is slightly angling your vehicles if they're not standing fully flat. Yes, it's tedious, yes, it's annoying, but also, yes, it totally pays off. And also, I know Elgando probably is soon gonna tell me he has to go home from work, so I actually wanna look at something else. Wanna look at these. See, the new color makes the rocks that were perfectly... Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even argue with Seribot about that, because that would be totally true. Honestly, that would absolutely be totally true, so I wouldn't argue on it. Holy shit, do you see how the colors get treated in a map? It's too dark. I can tell you as much. This one, especially the bigger one, I think is beautiful. I think I prefer this one over this. But both of them gotten too dark. Otherwise, they're a lot better because they're more subtle than they were before. But they are both too strong still in that the dark parts of this are too dark and the light parts of this are too light as well. I think in general it all needs to have more color but not get more vibrant, just get more like, how do you call it in English? More light, more brightness. Damn, sorry, I'm German. My English sometimes is horrible. Is it? Because I was wondering, because the color looked very different for a moment. Oh yeah, here it's fine. The heck? Why does that happen with the snapping there, that the color gets so bad? But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is 100 times better. This is 100 times better. That's actually why is the color so different just from snapping wrong there. I've never had that happen to any other decal being this much of a difference maker. I'm very torn. I like it, but I don't love it. I'm probably using them wrong, because the texture was more correct like this. Yeah, sometimes it gets more correct lighting here. It's a bit lighter than here. That's so weird actually, how the exact same detail or decal just snapped a little differently. This is like so much darker already than this in comparison. What I found out by Elgendo, I'm gonna make Elgendo sad, and I wanna make Elgendo sad because we love Elgendo over here. I did find a way of something that I quite like, and again I was gonna cry because it's a real vision decal. But I think if I take this one and just lower the opacity, because I can't fade it here because of the cliff, or not fade it properly at least. I could try to, but I think this look is not bad for what I want. And then maybe I can make your cliff very transparent as well, because I do like the structure it gives quite a bit, but difficult. And what do you mean use move it and move them? Because you have to explain yourself in this. I assumed that I need to place them horizontal on the wall, like I did. Is that incorrect? So you want me to place them flat and then move them in the correct place? Which fine, but also very tedious, but I wouldn't mind having to do that. My issue mainly is that because it's on a slope, I can't fade them, and I don't want any of these decals to be on 100% opacity. So I will go into any file of any decal I end up using on this place here, and then just removing 30 or 50% opacity, and then probably I'm a lot happier with it. But yeah, with this area I've been very unsure, because there is many different good options. Like there even is one more decal I was very appreciating.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure,
Holy
everyone? What's the
shit.
procedure? Stay calm!
Big raid and custom raid message. What is going on? I have never seen that custom raid message, and I very much appreciate that raid message. Welcome in, raiders and Muzi. How's the rest of your stream today? I was watching at the start of your stream, but then I had to grab something to eat and everything. So I could hop on and stream a little myself today, but nice to see all of you cuties here. So, welcome in, you pretty people. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure most Canadian Moose viewers know, but we won the Moose build-off a while ago, which makes me very happy. And since we've been building on this crazy monstrosity of an area, which, again, as everything I built, is a lot too detailed. And we spent a lot too much time on this. But Moose, I should show you something, because you have to suffer as much as me then. First things first is, do you realize something about these shutters here? Maybe, huh? Or maybe you realize something about these cute shutters here. And I don't mean all of the terrible graffiti on top of it. I mean all of these actual shutters. Because you will be very excited, as I've been since I have these, that we have a new, oops, wrong category, Elgando mod coming soon. And this Elgando mod is very goddamn beautiful shutters. I actually think we use them pretty much in every area here already. But yes, here we have an unused one. Look at this museum. With these beautiful different kind of shutters, and there are so many pretty ones in here. And you literally can just fit them right into it. You get them through... I had to do horrible things. Elgando asked me to get on my knees first. And then after that, I don't know, I don't properly remember. I don't want to say on stream. But Elgando made me do horrible things to get my hands on these. But everything for Elgando decal. So obviously I didn't hesitate at all and did it right away. Because yeah, look at it. And not only do we have these cute shutters, but you see what we have right next to it. If we have a door like this that's a bit too clean and not really up to our liking, I would like to have a bit of a nicer door in there. We just find a fitting one like this one. And ta-da! Does this not look 10 times prettier right away? It's so goddamn lovely. It's like, I'm absolutely a huge fan of this and very happy about it. Also, thanks so much Hippie Redneck for the follow. Sorry, I'm not used to this many viewers generally, so I miss stuff in chat and get overwhelmed. But yeah, nice to have all of you cuties in here. And what are you claiming, Jelly? Actually, I like it. Jelly moving into my city, which is a Swedish shack. You've many. Do you want anything in our mine area here? Jelly, our entire city is run down. That's literally like telling me you want... I mean, if you want really, really... Hold on. I have some options for you. I'm not gonna tell you something. If you want really, really run down, this is where Shocks lives. Maybe we can add a second tent for you under the bridge. Okay, 2 run down. Then maybe if you want it a bit fancier than living under the bridge, this is an area we're gonna start working out soon, and it's gonna be an abandoned mine and dying gold rush town. Maybe this is a nice place for you over here. I can show you more other nice choices, but I'm giving you good choices here. If you want this is what you get. I mean, it seems like a nice place, Jelly. You have a good view from there, at least. If you wanted a bit fancier than this, but still like a nice view, maybe you would like to move in with those people on top of the water tower here, having a nice lookout over the industry. Honestly, all you're choosing, you take whatever place you want. I'm just giving you options, trying to be a good realtor here. And thanks so much, Muzi, for the raid. Obviously, if you're hungry and you need to grab something to eat, then go proceed so. But I love having all of you guys in here. So if you're not hungry, also happy to have you. A container of some sort. You make this very difficult for me, Jelly. I have a container home, but that container home is taken already. This is our container home, but it's a very fancy kind of container. And sadly, this is claimed already. If you want something not as shitty rundown as what I showed you, but still rundown, maybe I can invite you to live in our white trash trailer park. I hope this one is not claimed yet. Okay. There you go. It's your trashy trailer now. So, there you go. And indeed, I got 5 in it. We're big fans of playing, in some opinions, shitty, in my opinion, absolutely glorious old school underground rap from the 90s. I guess I have not progressed mentally since the 90s, so we're still listening to the same music as well. An absolutely banger song, I very much like it. Also, Muzi, I think maybe I spoiled those to you already, but since I finally got those tags out, very soon it's time for some more clean murals. I've been having those ready for a long time, but never managed to actually push those out. This is my next decal pack. Again, not done yet. Some of these are too vibrant. The sizing is not optimal. But eventually we will get there. And I guess we should also fix this absolute mess, because we had to disable a broken pack. And now we have this beautiful white box here. And I've been holding off of rebuilding this because I have the hope that that pack maybe gets repaired and we can just enable it again. But so far that does not seem to be happening, so not sure. Also, again, we've been building this mine. We even went hard and gave both of these some beautiful logo types. Oh, Moose? What is Moose excuse for this? I take so long, I invest so much sweat and love and pain into my build, just so Moose comes here and draws his name on top, claiming my build or vandalizing it. But yes, we have Rock Solid Mining, which is our big mining company over here. And we built this statue to inspire our workers and pray to El Presidente's hand to gain some more moral to I guess get some more of our glorious metal, and to make sure that nobody steals the glorious metal and stops our state from evolving. We also spam security everywhere in this area, because surely we're not a police state and we don't suffer of corruption, but we kinda, I'm not gonna say any more than that. I shouldn't say suffer of corruption. We work with corruption. It's a fine way of doing politics, really. And then this side, obviously, is a big Dig Quarry, because Again, I'm mentally still in the 90s, and I doubt any of that is gonna change soon. So we have very mature and grown-up names.
Bye, have a great time.
Good night, Elgendo. Bye-bye, have a good night. And thanks for tuning in, as always. Well, whenever you say bye, you're gonna get home, I know you take 5 minutes to get home. No excuse, Elgendo. See you again in 5 minutes when you're home. And welcome in again, Masa. Different account now, I see. And I guess Muzi is off eating or to ban practice or anything again. Or already, but else I would ask Moose if he's aware of Masa already. Because if not, Muzi should be, and everybody else as well. Masa is newish to Streaming City, I believe at least. But very entertaining and fun, and I at least always had a very good time over there, so you guys should check him out on that channel, correct, because he streams different things on different channel, and now it's the correct one you should check out. In my channel, doxing is very welcome, of course, so I will never Elgando. And since I'm trying to get a bit better, and I'm not generally doing good at that, also I should give Muzi a shout out. I'm sure everybody in my channel is very well aware of Moose. But anyways, Moose is an absolutely amazing streamer, and especially with his build-off lately, I had the pleasure of getting to see many new builds and learning about new players, also playing the game. And I think a new one is already announced in November. I'm not sure about it, and I doubt that I'm gonna participate again in the next one, but let's see, depends on the theme of it. Did Muzi spoil anything already? Or has he been holding back on it? And these signs is also something where I need to fully move into start using them, because they are beautiful and so fun. But they are so much work placing them that, god damn, if we actually keep doing this in this entire area, it's gonna take us a while. But then also they are so beautiful, so I fear we probably have to. Let's look at these small... I know nobody will, I say this 1,000 times while placing them, yes, nobody will be able to read this anymore if they zoom out a little, but just it being there, just a small visual of these, makes all the difference, right? Like, even from this distance, doesn't that look twice as cute now with that little signage everywhere? I think it does. I'm not happy about it, because goddamn, so much work, but... yeah, we're not gonna cheap out and abandon this, we're actually gonna go in and invest the work. In fact, in this entire building, we already did that. Here I was already, before Muzi came in, starting to throw some proper graffitis on the wall. Because everybody who's been in here before knows I probably do one thing more than everything, and it's placing graffiti everywhere. And this building is not going to be every different. I don't know, I love street art in the real world, especially this pack we're at here right now is a bad try at me imitating my very favorite actual graffiti artist. So surely none of this is as good as the original. But I'm still happy having something reminiscent of them in the game. I mean, I think also City Planner Plays also said he wants to do another version of his build out, where I had not enough time to participate in the one of City Planner Plays. But I like it, generally really cool for the community. People regularly put out some kind of build off or competition. Because the one with Moose, I was very overwhelmed with how good the contributions were. But then honestly, the contribution in the City Planners Play one were absurd, like even crazier than for Moosey's, especially because it was so many more people, but then also some people who must have not left their house for the entire month of that build off and just went really hard on their builds, like absurd. Too big, sad. I was hoping we can get that one in as well. And I'm still, like, honestly, I have trust issues in Moosey streams. I love Moose streams. Everybody there should know because I'm in chat very regularly. But I cannot get invested into any of Moose cities right now anymore. I know he's gonna stop building it in a week from now anyways and tell us he started a new one that is even better than the last one. And yes, they always are even better. But also, I always miss old cities. Yeah, and this is the very newest and latest pack. I actually uploaded yesterday, and I know most people are not as much into art as I am, so probably not as relevant. But it has a lot of cute graffitis for people on Twitch that I appreciate, like this one. And then, I mean, I made other cuboid graffitis in the past, but since Cuboid now is an affiliate as well, Cuboid also has this another nice new tag in here to be able to spam around my build. Actually, many Moose regulars were in that graffiti pack. But I mean, you actually, because you are a genius mod creator, you always had graffiti already, but then there is many amazing people on Twitch, like Dava, for example, who I didn't know about. Because when I was starting to play cities, I really all I knew was mainly from YouTube, and at least back then, I don't think Dava really did much YouTube. And there is a few other absolutely amazing creators on Twitch that don't really do YouTube content, so they've always been left out in any of the packs where I try to show off my favorite creators. But now it's finally been time for Twitch people, because Jonah, for example, another one out of those. I love Jonah's streams, but before I started streaming myself, I had no idea that Jonah existed. So obviously there was also no Jonah graffiti before. Same goes for Grey Noise. Actually, many of the Twitch people seem to not really be active outside of Twitch. So unless you are hanging out on Twitch, you don't really get to see any of them. And usually I feel the need to excuse myself more for my incredibly slow and tedious, uneventful building style, but then all of you have been watching Muzi today, who I guess is similarly slow to me, so I don't need to feel as bad as if people come from somebody who actually gets stuff done and builds a big city quickly. Yeah, but I don't think he was when I started playing, or maybe he was just not in my algorithm. I know he is doing YouTube now, and I appreciate him on YouTube, but I started playing a year ago, roughly. So I don't know. Maybe he was back then, but then in all fairness, I started this game like, well, a little less than a year ago. And especially at the start, I knew nobody. I knew Canadian Moose, I knew Sully, and I knew Infrastructurist. Those three people are the literal reason why I bought this game, because I enjoyed their YouTube videos. But outside of that, I did not really know anybody. In fact, to many Cities 1 players, I'm probably insultfully clueless about the community, because for example when Chilka, I guess, started streaming again, or at least he seems to be pretty active nowadays, I did not know Chilka played CS1 already, and I was like, oh, it was so cool to see more new people enjoying and streaming Cities as well. And then I learned that Chilka apparently is an absolute superstar of CS1 already, but I had no clue about that. So, forgive me my ignorance, it's not ignorance, it was me being clueless. But I mean no harm with it, I'm just silly. But did Dava do YouTube already a year ago as well? Or is that not something more recent? Actually, why are these bleeding? So I don't think we can leave this. Which of these bleeds so horribly? This one bleeds so horribly. Unacceptable. That looks really bad. These are all fine, but yeah, that bleeding there is horrible. We cannot live with that. This one is fine without bleeding. That is very untrue. You are one of the absolute masters at this game. In fact, I'm still in awe every time you put out a video, seeing you goddamn move it. So now with both of you cuties in chat right now is actually the right moment. Maybe you've seen it already or heard me talk about it. But here we have Mr. Dava ruining my cute detailing here and destroying over it. And then we have another of those mean vandalizers in chat right now. Where's the one in the fitting color? Why am I being this blind right now? I'm being very blind right now. We have a very pretty, not this Jonah one, we have this one. Okay, I'm actually blind. And all these horrible people ruining my build. But yeah, obvious nonsense, because honestly, Dava is so goddamn smooth at this game, I get jealous every time he's playing. Because I can manage to build a cute build, but my way there is usually overly complicated. And I do many things wrong on the journey. And actually, Jonah, I think it was your Discord where I posted the overview of this area in there. And you said it looks so photorealistic, right? The actual realism in these areas when you zoom in a bit, which I guess is hard to sell on that screenshot I sent. But this is not only detailed from afar, this actually is absolutely heavy detailed from close up. So I hope I didn't lie to you with that screenshot, but you actually see I'm backing up the realism that it promises, I guess. I'm so happy with this area. Like, this really is one of these things I wanted to build this since day one, right? When I started this build, and we've been building Los Vagos for 5 months now, I believe. I started right here. I've shown this 100 times. We built weird rednecky trailer homes and weird permanent woke rednecks. Don't you guys worry, we're not on the bad side here. So it's a nice place to live, but we built this weird crazy redneck paradise, I guess. And then we built this palace because I decided as a major I deserve at least a palace this big to be able to govern over my people, else where would I govern from? Again, sometimes people say dirt roads would be maybe something we should upgrade to asphalt roads. I say absolute nonsense, but we should think about maybe upgrading our palace a little, because I think this is not appropriate for us anymore. And then we put down this mine, literally the third thing. But I hate the specialized industry in this game. It looks horrible, especially ignore that UFO flying around there. Things just happen in this city. But with the vanilla industry, I hate all of it, like every single bit of it, that I'm so bad, I don't even know where to look. Here, these surfaces that already look bad in every grass build, they look so much worse in a desert build than in a grass build. Well, I draw them out the wrong way around, but whatever. I hate this. I hate it even more because we'll have random vehicles driving around here. We have random buildings popping up. All of this makes me despise specialized industries, so I never detailed that mine that we finally are diving into. And now StarQ finally gave us a way to build acceptable specialized industry with these resource blocks. Because we have these small blocks that work similar to the rest of these zoning blocks, but they are for certain resources. So we can actually just take unfunctional buildings and make them function similar to specialized industries. So now we can build a pretty mine like this and actually have it function as mine and have this provide our entire city with proper coal resource. And then here we will get in and provide us with proper sand resource. Or not sand, rock is what I wanted to say. And it's amazing. Like, I'm so happy that we have this, because finally specialized industry is fun to play with and not something you just wanna hide outside of your town as far as humanly possible. Which before has been my way. Before I see specialized industry, I just put it as far away from my city as I could, because it was never pretty anyways. But now we can actually properly work with it. And thanks a ton. Honestly, happy you appreciate it. One of the things I realized after watching your streams, Jonah, because I think one thing your building or building style is actually absurd on, is getting these long views into the city, right? Because you I know you love saying you love suburban sprawl. And yes, it looks crazy in your city, but then look at this. Even my small, crazy desert shithole has been growing to a quite substantial size by now. So maybe this even is a sprawling look that I can impress you with a little. Surely it's not never ending like in your city. We do see the end of the city here in the horizon, and yours would continue for the rest of it. But honestly, I'm starting to be really happy with the size of this. Especially now we're getting this mine in as well. If we have this entire area worked out, I think the overview for our city is gonna start becoming really pretty, especially with these amazing mountains from the Rafterman map in the background. This is starting to become a real vibe here. I think at least, but then also with how slow I'm building, that's still a few months away, I'm sure. Yeah, the map of Rafterman is stunning. Like this entire part of the map, I don't think I'll ever touch because I don't want to break this beautiful nature here. But it's incredible, and I think this is the oldest map that Rafterman ever made, or the very first one, if I'm not mistaken. It has aged so well. Like these canyon roads up here. I've been doing a lot of holidays in the US when I was younger, and let's say the country was a bit less politically questionable than it is nowadays. And this is really exactly how it felt like. I've been mostly in Utah and Arizona and those crazy desert states in the US. I feel like I've driven this street 100 times in holidays in the US. I love this map. Like, it's so well made. He even went back into areas up here. I have not built this. This is vanilla from the map. I wanna go back here and build around it someday. But honestly, really pretty. Yeah, but it's so curious because one of the things you always talk about, Jonah, is that you want multi-regions in cities. And yes, the truth is I shrink my cities immensely, right? Like my entire downtown block is this small corner here, so it's massively shrinked in size. But the long game plan, that's very far away, but is having a second city here, and then having a really big city somewhere up here. This is just an architecture library, not a city yet. I probably want to move it somewhere back here. And we already have this, even though arguably tiny, but tiny second city to Los Vagos, which is called Los Vagositos, because it's a small brother of Los Vagos, really, which we only built this town because we needed something to frame our custom airport. But I do think even on the very small maps, you can get some regional ways to work together, right? Like I have an airport here, I have a second airport here, and I actually do have airport traffic, and I have rail between most cities, and bus lines between the cities are actually seeing gigantic usage and everything. I'm still very early on working all of that out, but depending on when I break my save file, maybe we will proceed and build all of this out, what I would like to eventually build out. Probably we break our save long before that and it's not gonna get to it, but we'll find out, I guess. And the truth also is that Jonah is in a very big luxury being able to just play the 47-kilometer map, because you probably have the beefiest computer out of any single Cities Skylines player. That is not something that normals like me can just do. So I always say Masa probably has the most powerful computer because you have a 5090, but then Jonah is running a Threadripper as a processor, which, yeah, unrivalable, I guess, by anybody, even you. I just like desert inspiration. Yeah, you don't have a 5090, Masa has a 5090, but you have the Threadripper. So I guess at least on the simulating side, which surely for cities your size are a lot more relevant than the graphic side, is unrivalable, really. What GPU are you running together with your Threadripper? I'm actually curious. Ah, noise is happening again. See, this is a pain of being a detailer. We have a decal here that runs very high over everything. I cannot humanly click this thing. I want to recolor it, so what I have to do to recolor is raise it up in the air with move it. Once I've done that, we take it and we recolor it in the color we'd like it to be. And now we go back, we click on move it again and we revert, and now we have done what we wanted to, but goddamn, does that have to be this complicated? I fear so, because this is exactly how we've been doing it in this area, but am I a fan of it? Absolutely not. And there was a second wide... Where is it? I thought we had a second white uncolored power generator, but I guess we don't. I mean, yeah, even a 5080 is gonna be absurd for this game. Though all of that also depends what resolution you play on, and I have no clue what resolution you play on, Jonah. Because I play only 1080p, so for me, 5080 and 5090 would be absolutely overkill. Like, doesn't matter, both the 5080 as well as the 5090 are by itself both more important or more expensive than my entire computer, so I can't afford population like you can. Actually, cry me a river. Meanwhile, I sit here on a budget CPU from 3 years ago on my $900 self-built rig. Which honestly, surprisingly, does a pretty decent job at cities, even this highly modded, so I'm not gonna complain too much. At least at my size at city, I'm definitely way more bottlenecked by my GPU than by my CPU as well. Like, even though my CPU is some trash, I guess can buy it nowadays for probably $150 maybe, even less than that, I would assume. It does perfectly fine, even with streaming in the background. I don't really have any issues. Hold on, even bigger. This one. Yeah, I mean, again, that's resolution though, right? Like, yes, if you want to play 4K on cities, then you will need an actual spacecraft computer. Even the difference to 2K already will make my rig not run the game properly anymore. And I'm curious, Jonah, is your computer that beefy because you require your computer to be that beefy for work? Or is that purely because you love cities so much and just gotten the most absurd and overkill computer to play Cities Skylines? Yeah, I can't play a large city on my computer. Like up to 300 slash 350,000, my sim speed is acceptable. And then past that, it just keeps slowing down harder and harder to a point where I don't find it enjoyable anymore. Honestly, that is sick. Also, the 9070 XT seems like an amazing card, especially if you don't plan on streaming or any productivity tasks. But yeah, for purely gaming, absolute bang for your buck. So impressive, honestly. What frames are you getting with a 9070 XT on 4K? Because I'm wholeheartedly happy if I hit a stable 30 FPS in this game as well. Okay, yeah, I would have assumed so, of course, Jonah, but who knows? There is other people in my chat, like the cute Maza with his 1590. That card literally is exclusively to destroy City Skylines, so would have not been entirely crazy to buy a Threadripper, just would have a great gaming experience. And if I'm allowed to ask, obviously, if you don't wanna say, what is it you need a Threadripper for then? Because I have no clue what you do for work, to be honest. How long ago have you gotten it? I was not interested in buying a new GPU, and the 9070 and the 9070 XT came out, but purely from performance numbers, that seems like both of them are really great cards, especially for how much they go for. And yeah, mate, no worries, Metzger. Have a nice evening. Alright, I think good enough. Maybe one or two more tags here in the back, and then we can stain this building and consider the building itself done at least. Well, and I guess a few more of the industrial signage. Yeah, I mean, looking at the games you're playing, the very honest news is absolutely just for cities, with what I see you play on stream usually. Maybe you play something else really demanding off stream, but I can't imagine anything similarly demanding. Me, to be honest, I already upgraded my computer just for playing Cities as well. Because if anybody would have told me I need more than 32 gigs of RAM when I built my computer, I would have laughed at them. But then I also did not know that Cities Skylines exists back then and didn't play it. And now I can tell you, yes, if you're a Cities Skylines player, you will need more than 32 gigs of RAM, at least if you like heavily modding. And actually, how did I miss that message from Comrade? Because yes, that checks perfectly out. I believe that is the reason. And welcome in, Gray. Nice to see you here. Actually, I was talking about you quite a bit with the recent moose competition, because while I am happy that I won that thing in all, I was very surprised that Gray's build did not make it in the top 3, to be honest, because I thought your build looked absolutely amazing and very cute, and I would have really imagined it makes it in the top 3 as well. Okay, so Jonah, what you're telling me is that you're also just making up excuses to have bought the Threadripper and a crazy powerful GPU to effectively only use it for Cities Skylines. Not saying that's not totally fine and everybody should do that if they have the money for it, because I totally would if I had more money. But that very much sounds like just for cities. Well, okay. It's not an excuse, it's a justification. Is that a bit less of a strong word? We're gonna go with just a good justification instead. I would never attack you. I'm a big fan of you. I'm just pointing out people have absolutely insane rigs for playing this video game. I don't want to get out of your wallet. I want to get inside of your wallet, so I can buy a Threadripper myself. All you hear, Jonah, all you hear is jealousy speaking, because I'm just envious of all of you. Yeah, also absurd computer. I mean, again, on 4K you will need a computer that good, so it makes sense. And Jonah, also, if you ever feel attacked, most people who watch me more regularly are perfectly aware, but I have to always remind people who are not in here as regularly, bullying is my love language, right? So if you ever feel attacked, I hope you understand it comes from a place of love and nothing else. Alright, good enough. We're happy enough with that. We should probably also go in and put some props here right away before running away from that area, but starting to be happy-ish with this. Yeah, I know you're kidding, but I always have to remind people, because I'm harsh with that sometimes.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm!
Welcome in, Shilka. Nice to see you here, and welcome in. How has Cities been treating you today? And I'm gonna do right away what Elgando just redeemed. Cause electricity boxes are beautiful and everybody should place them all the time. There is a reason we have a redeemed. Remind me of placing those. And welcome in, Shilka and Exo, and thanks so much for the raid. Nice. Yeah, I tuned in a bit at the start of your stream, but then I had to start grabbing some food and getting ready to stream as well, so it wasn't too long today. But glad you had a good session.
I am moving in, boy.
Where are you moving in, Damir? I can realtor for you. Maybe you already have a building in tallest building on the map. Well, Damir, that would definitely be one out of those, but those are not really built cities, and I will probably delete them. So I guess you want the tallest building in an area that we're actually gonna keep, right? Any of your wishes is yours, but if it's the tallest building on the map we're gonna keep, is probably one of our water towers, because our city is absolutely tiny. I need instructions from Damir, because honestly, the tallest building we don't really have any tall building. These are some of our very biggest ones. Water tower, okay. If you want a water tower, you actually get the tallest water tower, which I believe is this one in our entire city. And it's an area that we have not detailed out yet, but we will keep this water tower and detail it out nicely, so it's yours. And I need to catch up on stream real quick. I mean, honestly, Shilka, for me, I have to be very honest. I even said this already on stream before you came in. I did not know you before you started streaming again, I guess, because I was not a Cities 1 player. But honestly, your builds in Cities 2 are already amazing, and everything I've seen after having learned of you from your Cities 1 builds, we are in for a treat if you keep playing this game for a while. And yeah, you're really good at walking with terrain, so I very much appreciate that. Is this actually the tallest building? No, I'm unsure. Maybe the tallest building actually is a radio station, but this is already claimed by Clovis for providing propaganda to my city. So I think the actual proper tallest building after that, yeah, is the water tower. Or maybe this mine building or this water tower, but yeah, we're a small city, nothing big to offer here. The only big thing we have to offer in our entire city is the part we're building on right now. Because if I actually would put the correct settings, we're working on our big Dig Quarry, which seems pretty big to me. Wait, you say perfectly fine to the rig of Comrade. I actually think Karen's rig probably is already overkill for cities. Because I don't think the game is as demanding, it's just that the game is not perfectly optimized, so no matter how good the computer you're on is, it's never gonna feel perfectly smooth. And I should save, because whenever I give buildings to somebody and I don't save afterwards, I might crash and forget about it, so better save. We're living dangerous on this channel. I'm not a fan of autosave, so if we crash, we suffer and rage quit the stream. Which I'm not advising everybody to do the same, but I don't know, autosave feels like it makes my game less stable, so I'm not a fan of it. And before we abandon this so quickly, I'm gonna put in some more electricity box. I'm also starting to get tired and very sidetracked. But with the amount of raids we'll be getting today, I will have to keep going for a bit longer. And Shilka, are you using, I'm actually curious, because you're working in terrain so much, and one of the reasons why I started working in terrain a lot more and prefer it, are you using normal vanilla buildings for that, or are you using static ploppables instead? Because I think the static ploppables are such a game changer for building on hills. Again, we have not really revisited this area, and there's a lot of crap in here that we're gonna delete as well. But look at this. Eventually, we'll build all of this on the hillside. And static ploppables doesn't mean it's not functional, Shilka, because all of these are static ploppables, but also all of this is functional. Thanks to the amazing star cube blocks that I've been shouting out all night already, because you really can just plop the star cube blocks into anything and make it functional. As you see, this is all the blocks we placed. And yes, there also is some vanilla buildings in here that are just normally functional. But I found this to be a really good compromise in areas where vanilla buildings don't work, but you still properly want function, and then you can just use the blocks to prop them up. Yeah, of course, like this building, I will not be able to provide road access to this, right? Here in general, I'm cheating quite harshly. Heck yeah, welcome in, Daru. Thanks for the follow, or Dar, I should say. And heck yeah, very nice, thanks. But yeah, here we're cheating a lot because all of these buildings are a lot bigger, right? Like, and they have the second annoying part. But I want only these small buildings. I do that a lot in this part here. Many of these buildings have just the second part of them hitting into the rock. But we can still give function to everything where we can bring a street to. Surely not this one or this one, because they won't have road access. But otherwise, that works perfectly fine. And yeah, man, no worries. I didn't stream that long, and I'm also a EU pleb, so for all of you Americans, it's probably hard to usually catch my streams. And I actually missed somebody. I need to follow up really quick. Yeah, Interstellar Gamer also. Thank you so much for the follow. That's very nice of you. Here, I was looking for this earlier. when I could have recolored it already, we need to do the same thing because we have decals everywhere, so we can touch nothing. We're gonna move it up into the air, then recolor it, and then move it back where it belongs. Yeah, but that's one of the reasons why I'm telling you to use a static ploppables, right? Because even with those, yes, you will need to be a bit finicky, right? But they don't flatten the terrain around it. I just hate it, especially for ones that have a bigger lot, that you get such a big flat area around them. It's just unrealistic and not how it works in real life. So these together propped up with the blocks are absolutely a game changer. You gonna go stream soon, Darm? Because actually for me it's getting late and I know you've been going very hard this month. I'm pretty much streaming every day. So if you're gonna go on soon, I could just send everybody over to you. Same obviously would go for Grey Noise, for example, but Grey Noise generally only streams at like 6 in the morning for me, so I doubt it. Dara's times are at least a bit friendlier for my own schedule, though also generally at that late. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep going a bit still, but yeah, I'm gonna have to work early tomorrow, so it can't be too long anymore, sadly. And yeah, mate, have an absolute wonderful good night, Chilka, and thank you so much for the raid. Very nice of you. And sleep tight, mate. I think I'm gonna take it as soon. I will need to check when the next ad break is, but I have not taken a single break this stream yet. And I will definitely take a quick leak and grab something to drink. I should be sitting at my computer at latest 7:30, so not too bad, but also shouldn't keep going too much longer anymore. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, in all fairness, I don't have to leave my house for that. I'm working at least mainly from home. So tomorrow I can just roll out of bed and turn on the computer and dive into the workday, but still. These we don't like. Why are they shining through so far from the outside? Which is the ones that are so high? All of them are too high. Okay, we're gonna redo the overgrownness outside with a smaller flower here instead. I mean, it depends. I generally sleep more on weekends, but I'm fine with like 5-6 hours usually. I mean, I could also just be a responsible person and go to bed now, but then this game is so goddamn fun that not always easy to be responsible while playing Cities. I really want to get all of this build done. Like, yes, it's gonna take us a long time still, because even after we finish this, we have all of this part left here. And then we also still have to figure out how exactly we're planning on doing these cliffs here. But at least this part here, I'd like to have fully done, because then already just these views here. God damn it, this is starting to be a cute build. I don't think so, no. Or depends on when, but I don't think there has been any update to the game since the last patch. Though I can't comment much on abandonment, because I'm not an ethical player of this game. I have abandonment disabled in plotted globals. So probably I'm not the best person to ask about ethical vanilla gameplay. I think the more you ignore ethical gameplay in this game, the more fun you'll have in this game. But that's just me, I guess. And why is that weird sign? This is just a vanilla mesh. I don't think I can delete that. Why is that weird electricity sign poking out of that building there? I'm very sure that we didn't place that there. Oh, it's the block. I'm silly. It's a block we placed, and I moved that a bit dirty. So now we have the block correct. Okay. Yeah, no. In the last 6 days, I guarantee you there's not been any upgrade to the game. I hope we'll get an update soon, because I'm sure more of you people have seen that there's been 2 region packs getting leaked at least. And especially the one regarding industry is getting me really excited, and I really want those region packs, but we have no date or anything, so nothing really clear yet. And since there is an ad break in 50 seconds, and I have not had a break since starting to stream yet, I will send you guys on a quick patrol road trip while I go take a quick leak and grab something to drink. Won't be too long, should be like 5 minutes or something, and I'll be back with you, cutie. I will elaborate on the leaked region packs when I'm back, but yeah, there is something about that. I'll tell you in a moment. You're back just 3, 4, 5 minutes, something like that. and thank you so much for the follows by the web. I heard the sound, I was grabbing something to drink real quick. And also, this is really cool that we actually take a road trip up here. This is so rare to get a vehicle to actually drive up to a radio station up here, which I love this place, so very cool. Like this road up here going up the hill, beautiful. So nice to see a drive up here. And also sorry on getting stuck in a traffic jam. I wasn't at the computer, so I had no control. But could be even worse, getting stuck behind a road maintenance vehicle, I guess. That also happens sometimes when I go take a quick break and I send you guys on a road trip, that you guys get stuck behind road maintenance, and yeah, that is not a fun experience. But honestly, I'm always a bit sad when I come back, because I never get to see those road trips, because I'm taking a break while doing so. But these road trips, our city, honestly, especially now we're this big, starting to be beautiful. And what I was saying before I jump out the road trip, so I can enjoy it a bit while telling you about the region packs. There has been nothing official communicated about those region packs, but there has been leaked thumbnails, or not thumbnails, but the icon pack icons that you see when you look into Find It, and you see those small icons while browsing through the packs. Those have been leaked from 2 of the future upcoming DLCs. And in those thumbnails you can tell that some of those are regarding industry. Also, we will have to replace these bollards. What in God's earth happened back there? That definitely needs some cleanup. This entire area here needs some cleanup. What happened to all of the bollards in that area? I'm confused. That is not the quality we strive up to over here. Like, why are they all so high? No region packs, like I mean, really, at least in my understanding, I never understood the big difference about them, beside one being free and the other paid. So I always prefer the region packs, even though people always seem to prefer the DLCs. But what I mean is this. If you go into the buildings and you filter these here, Japanese or Mediterranean, all of these. I mean, there are some DLCs in there as well, but it's gonna be 2 more of those. And I actually forgot what the second one is about, because I didn't find it that interesting, but one of them is regarding industry, and the industry one is the one I'm really excited about, because I think we have too little. I complain about it the entire time while we work on this build. We just have too little different variation in industry props. So it's very difficult to actually give unique character to different industry builds. Which for something like this, yes, it's then doable, because it's a quarry and we can put those sand piles everywhere, but for many other industry, it's not really doable, and you are stuck placing the same props over and over again. So the industry one gets me really excited. I guess so, yes, technically that is correct, I guess. For me, I don't think it ever really matters if it's a DLC or region pack. Really, region pack is free and I'm poor, so I always like region packs. Also, so far, out of the region packs and the proper DLCs we've been getting, the content that I really enjoy has mainly been out of region packs, so that alone makes me appreciate the region packs more, because especially the US Southeast and Northwest, or maybe I say it the other way around, but these 2 packs alone added so much valuable content for my build that I will always love these region packs forever. I mean, I guess, but then which of the DLCs so far has been really great? Because the main DLC that I always remember, because I actually paid for it, is the San Francisco DLC. Because I really wanted the junk cars and the junk piles. But that DLC had, what, 3 meshes of broken cars and trash piles? And a Golden Gate Bridge and a map. Meanwhile, the region packs, at least some of them, added like so many amazing new buildings that I personally enjoyed those a lot more. I also, the modern architecture one is very pretty. It doesn't fit my build so well, so I don't really use it much, but yes, I agree that actually has been a really good DLC. So very much yes, but also for my build personally not as useful. And welcome in, Dr. Porkchop. What evil things have you been up to today? I guess one of the reasons people like DLC so much is that CS1 DLC seem to have been very good. Again, I never bought a DLC in CS1, but I think they left all of you guys a bit tainted in good memories, because they've been amazing, but then in CS2 at least, I think the region packs always have been better. Yeah, but I think it's the main reason why people care about DLC so much is mainly CS1 memories more than that it actually has something to do with the current CS2 gameplay. I guess in CS1 more of the DLCs also added more functionality, while region packs are pretty much just assets. So maybe, let's see, the Harbor and Bridges DLC might be exciting, but then I am playing in a desert, so the amount of harbors we're gonna build is pretty small. So like 1 maybe. And yeah, I love this song down here. Absolutely amazing song. Really, this is just my usual hip-hop playlist. I also always listen to off stream. And I don't really change anything about it. It's like, I think 36 hours or close to 50 hours of music, so we're not gonna run out anytime soon. And sometimes we also play different music than rap, but yeah, generally we mainly play world rap music. I never played No Man's Sky, but that game is always kind of fascinating to me. Because it must have been so absolutely goddamn shit when it came out. But it feels like the devs actually stuck with that game and invested a lot of love and tears and sweat into making it not shit anymore. Because nowadays, everybody who tells me they've been playing No Man's Sky are very happy with it. So I guess they really did turn that game around and turned it into a fun and playable title. which honestly is surprising because the early reviews for that game have been so goddamn horrible that it felt like that is unsavable at that point. I hate this. Everything in this area is so tedious and frustrating. We cannot recolor anything because the decals are so high, so we always have to move everything weirdly into the air in a position where we can touch the item, then we recolor it, and then we go back into move it and revert it to the original position. Is that actually, did they ever fix it? Because I remember one of the big things that the game gotten so much backslash about is that the multiplayer mode wasn't working correctly and you couldn't meet other people. Did they ever change that? Can you actually run into other people randomly while playing? Because that seems like such a game changer to me, if you're running around in random planets and exploring while suddenly running into other people. I just know that when the game came out very early, they were super proud about their multiplayer and kept doing marketing for it, but then people in-game tried to go to exactly the same coordinates and they couldn't see each other, so everybody was really enraged about them promoting multiplayer like they did, even though it wasn't properly functional. But again, I have not really heard much about the game since its launch, so I'm sure you guys know better. We have too little assets, like I swear, I want more industrial assets that I can browse through, and again we have the same annoying weirdness with not being able to recolor. I mean, the hopeful part of me is gonna say, just wait and see, Cities is gonna turn around just like No Man's Sky apparently did, but I'm not sure most people in chat would agree. But also, as much as this game has shortcomings and weak sides, I love no other game like I love Cities, so I'm not too unhappy in general. Okay, one last container, and I actually would like this to be still able to drive through, so I don't want to block that space. But maybe here... Does this look too empty and boring somewhere? Maybe here we need to add one more of the piles. I mean, I agree, there's been a lot of very nice small additions in the last free patch. Especially the border control things and the weird pier benches that look like small kiosks, even though they're supposed to be a bench. They are stunningly beautiful. I use those a lot when building the botanic garden. I mean, see, for me, it's also not an issue of paying for the DLCs. Like, even the San Francisco DLC, where I always tell everybody that's not worth it to buy. For me, that's absolutely worth. Like, I play the game so much. Yes, for me, even just a few broken down cars to be able to build a junkyard with it are totally worth paying a few bucks for. But then if you think about it in actual value for what you're getting, then that behaves a bit different. But yes, I'm a power gamer of this game, so I'm also willing to buy bad deals. For me, it's one of the reasons why I'd never be willing to ever try The Sims. Because I know people love The Sims, and I'm sure it's not a bad game. But then, to actually play the game properly, you need like $1,000 worth of DLCs, and all I can say is no thank you. Yeah, absolutely, Jonah. I very much agree. I was just comparing, because I never played CS1 and I can't really say much to it. And I was just saying that I think many people like DLC so much because they added so much in CS1, but I don't think they've done that to the same amount in CS2 yet. So to me, DLCs don't seem as special as to most old CS1 players, I guess. Because at least according to what I've been told from my chat in the past, some of the DLCs you got in CS1 added like a full new production line of certain things, or changed the way you have to build your production in industry completely, or really like fundamental ways to adjust the gameplay. And I don't think any of the CS2 DLCs so far has done that, and also the one we know of yet will not really do that. Guess bridges and ports might have the potential to do it. I need to catch up on chat real quick. Yeah, I don't know. I've always been always been very positive with CS devs, because in generally my entire understanding is they got fucked over by Unity. So now they have to pick up a lot of things to build by themselves where they thought they can rely on Unity. The last devlog made me a bit annoyed, I should say, because yes, I'm totally pro delaying things if they have a lack of quality, but then it is a bit worrying that they are not investing all of the time into the editor currently already, and they put so much importance to a DLC that at least I personally don't care much about. Otherwise, I don't really have much bad to say, but their prioritization of things seems a bit weird to me, though I guess with the DLCs they also have some legal reasoning for having to push them out and not being able to just delay them infinitely longer. Way more than 1k for all Sims DLCs. That's absurd. Like how does one even start playing a game like this then? Also crazy to me. See, I'm a big fan of Path of Exile. I don't really play it much anymore, but for me that company will always be a really good example on how to monetize your game correctly. Because first things first, Path of Exile is way better than any Diablo could ever be, but just my power gamer opinion, I guess. And then Path of Exile has incredibly expensive, how they call it, cosmetics. But there is nothing influencing the game, right? Like, I'm a big fan of cosmetics being really expensive. Anything for developers to make money of people who really care about the game. But I hate if base game content gets locked in DLCs. That generally for me means I'm not willing to have a look at that game. And for me, that's not, like, I don't mind throwing 200 euros on a game, but I would rather pay 200 euros for a game than paying 30 and then having to pay another 150 to unlock the actual game. I just think that's an honest business practice, and I'm not a big fan of it. I actually have not played PoE 2 that much. A friend of mine bought me the early alpha. I mainly have been an absolute degenerate in the early times of PoE 1, when I was still a college student with too much time. But then I think to fully enjoy Path of Exile 2, you also need to not have a job to fully enjoy it. Is a bit like Rust, in my opinion, where Rust, I think, is probably an absolutely amazing game if you're unemployed or a college student, but if you have an actual life outside of your computer, then I don't think a game like Rust is ever gonna be really fun to you. And yes, what you mean in PoE, but I do think that's a very fair way of playing the game, because just to explain for people what Gray is talking about, in Path of Exile, the game is free, and it wholeheartedly is free for the first 100 or 250 hours of gameplay, I would say. At that point, if you play the game very seriously, after like 150 hours of gameplay, you will wanna expand the storage for loot you have in the game a bit. And to do that to an acceptable amount, you probably pay roughly 30 euros, I would guess. So for me that seems like a very fair deal, because in my head Path of Exile is a free demo game for 150 hours. And then if you really enjoy it and you're really having a good time, then yes, it's a game that costs you 30 euros to properly, fully play it. It seems like a fair deal to me. That is I guess a bit weird, because it's unusual for companies to monetize like that. But I really like it. I think for the consumer, it's really honest. And in theory, I'm saying then you have to pay that. You don't have to pay that. You can also struggle and manage with annoying struggle with annoying inventory management past that point. But yes, if you truly want to have a chill and a good time, then yeah, you will have to invest some money at a certain point, but it's not really forced, and I do think it's also very honestly communicated that way. Well, all of these graffitis here we're plopping around here in the moment are available on the PDX mod. Well, I was gonna say PDX mod store, but it's not a store, just PDX mods. I finally uploaded those yesterday, so if you wanna put some names of your favorite streamers, like Sanctum Gamer, or I don't know, maybe Jonah into the game, then just download that pack and you can vandalize your own city like I'm vandalizing mine. Gray, it's very easy for you to get me to make a decal for you. Just make any form of cool city skylines, YouTube, Twitch, make a cool mod, make an incredibly cool build. At that moment, nothing you have to do. I will want to make a graffiti for you and put it into my own city. If you don't do any of that, then I'm not making you graffiti. Else, I would make graffitis for everybody in the community for the rest of my life. And I don't like making decals very much. I mainly make decals for things that I would like to have in my own game a lot. But do I enjoy this? I totally not. It's too similar to my normal 9-to-5 job. So preferably all of you guys start making decals so I don't have to make any ever anymore, and I can just download your guys' decals and play the game instead. Again, I need to catch up on chat real quick. I love that Hilltop Goods track. That has been my favorite track for multiple years in my life. Absolute banger track. Yeah, I mean, is that right? Like, I don't mind so much, because the honest truth is, we have amazing decals in most forms, but especially when I started playing the game, the street art decals were all not that great. I don't want to shame the wrong people, but Sully himself, for example, says that his graffiti decals are horrible, and I'm inclined to agree with him. Now, I think the situation is a lot better, so I make a lot less decals than I used to, but really, I just made decals because I felt like I need certain things I didn't have. But when I don't need anything, I don't want to make any decals because I'm happy in general. Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed that. I didn't say anything too important, to be honest. But yes, sorry, Mr. Porkchop. I am bad at ticking or tracking when the ad break starts and when it doesn't. And I feel like most people in my chat also have an ad blocker, so most people still can hear me. Yes, there are more water towers than here. In fact, you could actually be the water tower owner of the city. We have this cute water tower here, which actually is one of our populated ones, where we have a bunch of rednecks camping on top of the water towers, having a good time. This is one we have, and then we have this water tower, which behaves very weirdly today. I don't know what's going on here. I never had that before. But if it changes between the LOD model and the normal model, it keeps getting beamed in and out. Okay, I see Damir is gonna buy all the water towers in my city and then rank up all the water prices for Los Vagos, so people will have to suffer through buying your expensive water. Honestly, I respect it. I guess you learned from Coca-Cola, because that's pretty much what Coke is doing in the entirety of South America. So, fair enough. I mean, businessmen in Los Vagos are very invited. You will make better business if you pay off the major, is all I'm gonna say. Otherwise, maybe the pipes will break. Otherwise, maybe somebody will poison your water. I'm clearly innocent. I would never do anything to torment your business, but I'm just saying. And you can choose. Maybe you want this one, but we have more other ones as well. This one already is yours. Then we have this one more central, which is, I guess, the first water tower we ever had, and a very artsy tagged water tower that also has a hobo redneck village on top with people having a good time here. So this is another choice, and we have more back here. We have this water tower here. Okay. Then you get the two first ones, then you can keep buying all the water towers in my city later on. This water tower really confuses me with that weird switching of LOD. Honestly, incredibly strange. Yeah, there is even more than the red one. Like, you also have, there is again this one still, and then we have the red one, and then we have this one back here in the farms that also does the same. That they didn't used to do this. What happened here? It's so confusing. Like, I understand what happens. He changes the LOD from the far LOD to the close one, but I've never seen him entirely hide the building in the process of doing so. And yeah, I guess that is all our water towers. Probably this one will stay as well, but this one I'm not convinced of yet, so I'm not sure. And no, I don't work in game design. I do graphic design for work, so I guess somewhat related, but yeah, no game design. In fact, I'm entirely clueless about any technology in games. I do work with React, so I guess I do have the correct skill set to make a proper code mod in this game as well. But then again, I don't want to do more of my work in my free time. I really just want to play a video game. So I doubt I will ever do that. But theoretically, yes, I could also, though mod development is a bit arguably, because I understand none of the actual, like, proper game programming. I can program the UX, right? I'm a UX UI designer in my day job.
Bye, have a great
I
time.
do some front-end dev things, but yeah, that's it. And also, I entirely overread that Metzger came back and was saying I'm still streaming at this late hour, and Metzger has a point. It is getting pretty late for me, so I get that Masa is going tonight, and have a wonderful good night, Masa. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for the raid. But yeah, I'm sooner than later also gonna have to find somebody to raid out to. Maybe I survived long enough for Dart to start streaming. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, but for me, the real truth is, again, like, even with decals, when I started playing this game, the one community I was pretty active in was the Suli's Discord. And as soon as I said I'm a graphic designer, Suli was like, oh my god, you're gonna have to do decals. And back then I told him, I'm never gonna do decals. That's literally so similar to what I do in my day job. I have no interest in doing that in my free time. And then, yes, things changed a bit, and Sully keeps making fun of me for saying that, because if somebody ever ate his own words, then surely that's me. But I really, generally, I stand by it. Like, I'm making decals when I really want something, but otherwise, I hope somebody else does it. And if somebody else does decals that I like, then I'm a lot happier about it than if I have to make them myself. That's why I tell people like Rainus Noise to start making decals, so I can make less of them. Actually, we don't want this. We're gonna keep it this. And I know, again, this ground vegetation, it's not interesting and kind of boring. But then visually, it makes such a big difference that we can't cheap out on it. There is absolutely no way. But now with some prop work, this block is starting to look somewhat appropriate as well. Obviously, we're missing all kind of vehicles and people and some more decal work as well, but slowly and surely we're making our way there. I think probably off stream I'll be able to finish up this quarry area here because there's not much work left. And then the next time we're either gonna dive in and figure out how to build these cliffs, because I don't really know what I want to do here yet. I just know I want those to look very different from the vegetation we have here. I also wish we had a cactus. Gray is literally the most miserable thing in this entire video game, and why people from CS1 have it better, even though CS2 is a way better game. They have a fucking cactus. Like, I want a cactus. Where is my cactus? Why can I not have one of those? I mean, honestly, I love graphic design, so me saying I don't like making decals is not entirely true. Like, I love graphic design, I love doing cute things, I love doing all of that, but then the truth is I do that like 8 or 9 hours most days. So in my free time, then sometimes I feel like doing something different and just spazzing out and building silly things in Cities Skylines and putting cute things together that other people made instead of keep doing something that, sure, one thing about decals is a lot different than my actual work, and it's also the part about decals I enjoy. I have no boss, right? In my real job, I have a client, or I have a company, or I have anybody who hires me and I work for. And if they have a silly approach for something or a bad idea, I will have to do it. Yes, I am also a consultant, so I will tell them that I believe their idea is a bad one for the following reasons. If they insist, I am just a provider, right? So they will get what they pay for, even if I think it's silly. I will tell them I think it's silly, because I do. And I don't have that with anything I do in this game. I just make it for myself. I don't care if anybody subscribes to my packs. I don't care if I'm the only person who likes the decal I made, because I really just make it for myself. At that point, I might as well put it out for other people that feel like they want to use it, but really just to make myself happy, and that is quite refreshing and different than my actual work job, but otherwise it's a bit too similar. I mean, I think Cities is a game that really attracts both designers as well as ITlers, because it's a game you have to be a bit crazy to invest as much time in as all of us do, and I think it's a game that really requires you to have some drive and education to actually like build out things and stick with them and dive in there heavily. So it feels like half of the bigger players in this game have to do something with either IT or design in the grand scheme of things. Like literally just yesterday or 2 days ago, I learned that Sunny, or Sunny Scanny I should say, that I'm sure most of you know and love and enjoy his content. He is a typesetter, which I always could tell that he has a special eye for aesthetics, so I wasn't surprised that he does something vaguely design related, but yeah, he's a typesetter, super cool. I love anything typography. So learning that got me very excited. And Jonah, if you say you work in IT, that is a very wide spectrum. If I'm allowed to ask, of course, maybe you don't want to dox yourself, but what kind of IT work that you're doing? Surely you can just excuse yourself and pretend you bought a Threadripper for your IT work, even though probably that's not necessary to have, but it's at least a good excuse, isn't it? I knew it. Okay, I need to... Guys, everybody run. Drop everything and run. The CIA is in chat. We are all in danger. Obviously, when I said things like I'm a corrupt major and all of that, I was kidding. I would never be corrupt. We don't want to face any consequences here, please. But yes, if you work for the CIA, maybe I actually need you to hire you, because there is a few people in my city that make a lot more trouble than they should. I need somebody to take care of them. And if I take care of them, they will not feel that great afterwards. So maybe I should contact Jonah instead to take care of them. And now, guys, you will see the pain, the absolute pain of being a detailer. Because the following issue I'm complaining about the entire time already. You guys see that this decal here is very deep. You can see the blue box here in the left side. Every decal is a 3D box. And these are very deep to work well with the terrain. Big downside of that is I cannot touch anything that's lower than the decal. Before I showed you guys to recolor, we can just take things with move it up and then adjust it and then revert it. Now here comes the big bitch. If we revert with move it, we don't keep our rotation. Here our terrain is not optimal, so we need to actually move this vehicle a little like this. And now we can't revert and move it anymore, but we actually have to do it by hand, because otherwise he resets the rotation. And since we have to do it mid-air, we also have to wildly guess with the rotation and hope that it's appropriate. And if we guessed incorrectly, then we need to put the car up into the air again, adjust the angle slightly again, and then we can lower it again. Which, holy goddamn, is this not how it should be? But also I love this game, so I'm gonna suffer if I have to, but maybe this could be a bit nicer than it is. Just crazy idea here. There is many trains here. In fact, there should be many trains here, and we actually branch them through, so the cargo trains go through here to get loaded here in this station. They're not stopping here yet. I was too lazy to do that. Eventually we will build a train station in here, which for everybody who doesn't know, I did not know, and I had to ask people about it and then teach better people, or have people who are better at the game than me teach me. We have this mod by StarQ called Mini Track Services, and you have 3 different types of track: a cargo train track, a passenger train track, a depot, and a hybrid one that combines all of them. And you can just pop those down wherever you want. They're like a modular block pretty much. Instead, they are a rail. This is a fully functional train station. And then, yes, you can obviously work around it and detail whatever you want and prop this up. I did not know this. The integrated train stops don't work, so this is massively to have. Maybe this helps somebody else in the future. Yes, I placed, well, some of the rocks. All of the boulders I placed, yes, all of these big ones we placed. Some of these small rocks were there already, some of them we placed as well, but in general, yeah, most of that we placed. In fact, we're even motivated enough here, we didn't do it that much yet. But sometimes we go very overboard. And we not only place many rocks, but then we also spend hours recoloring many rocks to get them to look a bit nicer than just being gray everywhere. So yeah, I like detailing. It's literally the one thing I enjoy in this game. And welcome in bonus number 5. And thank you so much for the follow, Speed of Snail. That's very nice of you. Yes, you were absolutely correct. The passenger ones work, the cargo ones don't. I just didn't know that yet. So when I was building this originally, and I wanted to make this the normal passenger stop, I kept trying to get the integrated cargo stop to work. It's not possible. It's just not doable, so harsh. But then after stream, I asked Darkyu, who was like, oh, well, what you need is literally a mod that I made like a year ago, which of course, Darkyu solved problems I didn't even know I had. But yeah, easy fix, just use Darkyu's blog instead. And yeah, the reason, exactly, you're totally right, Porkchop, is because even if you could place the stop, what the game doesn't even let you place the stop, but even if you could place it, it wouldn't be functional because you actually need the storage and everything, and that function is not included. But in that rail I just showed you that Starkyu built, all of that functionality actually is built into that rail, so it gives you full freedom. Yeah, I mean, I guess passenger trains driving through here is probably not the most logical, but then logic has never been a big benchmark for me in Los Vagos. I don't want a wall. I've been thinking about if I should go in here with heavy fences or walls. I love the open look. Yes. If we go by logic, you're absolutely right, of course, and that's what we should do. In my work, I'm very much a designer who says the form follows function, and most important is that everything works good, and then visuals come after that. In cities, I'm exactly the opposite. I don't care if anything makes sense or works, I just want it to look cute. You mean at this side here? Also, why is there a gigantic sir? Please don't. Maybe you have a point. We even would have a... Hold on. We have this, which probably is a bit too thick already. I built this a long time ago and always use this for retaining walls, because I think it's cute, but it's so thick that we don't really have enough space here. But yes, if it's just in a certain area, I don't generally mind. I just don't want it everywhere. Again, I think this is too big and we should throw this out again, but just to have a visual check of this. Yeah, that is definitely not a wall, because we actually wanted to curve around the train. I hate the default sound barrier. I don't want to use a default sound barrier. I like the idea though. I'm gonna think about it, but having a look at the time, I do really need to find somebody to raid out, especially since there is an ad break coming in 5 minutes, and I don't want you guys to have to watch that if I'm just gonna raid out afterwards anyways. So I'm gonna put you guys in this position and give you a nice view and open my browser real quick and have a look at who is streaming. Hopefully somebody we like in the Cities community. Zay is streaming and Postal is streaming. I raided Zay not that long ago. I think I'm gonna send you guys over to Postal Hollywood. None of my very favorite Cities creators playing right now, but I'm gonna send you guys over there. And as always, thank you so much for tuning in, especially today. A pleasure to have all of you in here. And thank you so much for all of the new follows that we've gotten today. I don't stream on a schedule. I do stream when I have enough time for it. If you wanna catch my streams, the easiest way to catching them is joining my Discord that you can find if you type !Discord in chat. And with that, thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you to all of the people who raided me today. Moose and Shilka and Mesa and Cosmic, and with that, all of you have an absolute wonderful good night and enjoy your time over at Postal. And yes, for me it's absolutely time to hit the bed. It's 1:35 here. I have to be on my computer to work at 7:30, so not that much time left. Thank you guys so much and have an absolutely wonderful night. See you next stream and bye bye.